Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the College of Letters and Science Virtual Majors Fair. We're going to kick off here in a minute or so. Just let a few more people roll in. But if you're already in the session, and if you haven't done this before, we do have a Q&A feature going. So down at the bottom of your screen, you should see a Q&A button. So if you have questions for the panelist, who I'll introduce here in a second, feel free to drop your questions in that Q&A box. And if you see any questions that you have but have already been asked, you can use the like feature or the upvote feature, okay? But we're going to get started here in just another minute or so. And just so you know, this is the Majors Fair session for Chinese, Japanese, and classical civilizations. All the sessions are in about 30-minute increments, scheduled out today and tomorrow. So if you haven't seen that schedule, hopefully we'll be able to share that link with you. But we're going to get started in just a minute or so. All right, Lauren, it looks like we've got a good number of people in here and the number hasn't jumped up anymore. So it looks like I think everybody's here. So I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. And then I'm going to stop sharing my screen so that you can turn your video on.
Okay, let me just start my video. It says I can't start my video.
Oh,
Mark.
That's because I said you couldn't. Hold on one second.
Technical difficulties.
Let me make sure that we can get you going there. There we go. There you are. Hi, Lauren.
Hello.
Everybody, this is Lauren. Lauren, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to everybody?
Hi, my name is Lauren. I'm the advisor and undergraduate program coordinator for Chinese, Japanese, and Classics. So I'm really excited to be here and congratulate all of you on your acceptance to UC Davis. I'm excited to answer all your questions, so don't be shy and just go ahead and ask whatever. I was actually also a student once at UC Davis, so I have that personal connection to you guys as well.
So we don't have any questions coming in just yet, but I have some questions for you, Lauren.
Sure.
Okay. Oh, hey, actually we do have a question. First one is, how does switching majors work? Do you want to talk about maybe switching majors or adding majors? Maybe we can cover all of that with one.
Yeah, sure. So you can't do anything to your major during your first quarter at UC Davis just yet. You have to wait until, at the very earliest, your second quarter at UC Davis if you're thinking about switching or even double majoring or whatever. So I definitely encourage you to visit the other major advisors in the departments that you're interested in. If you're thinking of either changing majors or even doubling. For the Chinese, Japanese, and Classics majors, they're actually not too large, so it's perfect for double majoring or minoring. There's even some triple majors that I know of who have done Chinese and Japanese. So those are definitely opportunities for you if you're interested in double majoring or changing your major.
Great. Oh, we've got another question in here. So the question is actually about changing major before first quarter. And it sounds like maybe this person did some community college coursework even while they were in high school. It sounds like you may have answered that, but you just want to reiterate?
Yeah, so unfortunately, you'll have to wait until at least your second quarter to officially change your major. This shouldn't be too big of a problem, especially if you're entering just as a first year. There shouldn't be too many major restrictions in terms of registering for classes, because you'll likely be taking lower division classes or prerequisite work first.
Awesome. How many classic majors are in the program?
In the program, I would say probably 30. So it's a pretty small program, which is nice because it provides a nice family feel. A lot of the upper division classics courses are also pretty small, probably like 20 or less. So it provides a lot of connection to your professors, and you get to know your classmates pretty well as well.
So there's a fairly low student to faculty ratio.
Yes, so it's really nice because you get to know your faculty really well, which is awesome for future letters of rec that you'll need, or even just comfort in approaching them during office hours because the classes are already so small to begin with.
Great. How about, question is, do we have to take classes having to do with the major we chose during the application process? So in other words, maybe I applied as a physics major, but I'm really interested in classics. And so am I tied to that physics major, or can I start taking classes in classics?
That is a great question. So you don't have to take classes your first quarter that relate or are in the major that you applied under. So if you decide to SIR to Davis, you'll be engaging in Aggie advising over the summer as part of orientation. So I would definitely bring that up with your College of Letters and Science Dean's Office advisor as they help you with your course registration in the fall. You can just bring up how you want to explore other classes and they can help you navigate what classes might be best fitted for you.
How do students get involved? Are there clubs in the different majors?
Mhm. Yeah, so um, I have been emailing students during the past week. So if you were to check out our ealc.ucdavis.edu or classics.ucdavis.edu, you'll see an orientation tab on those websites. And you'll also see student clubs on those websites. For classics, I know there's a classical student association, and for Chinese and Japanese, there are a wide, a wide breadth of different clubs that you can join, like Chinese Drama Club or Japanese Student Association, Japanese Language, Culture, and Connection. So there's a lot of cultural clubs available for you to meet other people within your major, or even just other people interested in those cultures.
Awesome. What about double majoring? Do you want to talk about like your experience advising students who maybe are in one of your majors but are in other majors? Maybe address the cross college majors, those students who might be in biological sciences or maybe even in engineering or ag and environmental sciences and taking one of your majors as well.
Yeah, so like I said before, Chinese, Japanese, and classics, these are all relatively small majors, only about maybe 60 to 70 units, and that's actually really perfect for double majoring. As you can probably tell, Japanese, Chinese, and classics, they're more in the humanities field, and there's actually a lot of students who also double major in things like NPB or biological sciences. I think it's a really nice, these two different fields complement each other well. So I've seen a lot of students do that. My only recommendation is to just see your advisors early in your college career. Just start planning when you can and taking those prerequisite classes that you might need. So yeah, it matters how you plan it, but it's pretty easy to double major in these programs.
Excellent. What about minors? Do your majors also, are they also offered as minors, and what might that look like?
Yeah, so Chinese, Japanese, and classics also all have minors. Each of them is only 20 units, which is perfect. It's only about 5 classes usually, with some of the prerequisite language classes. If you go to the websites that I just said, ealc.ucdavis.edu or classics.ucdavis.edu, you'll see websites that detail what the minors would look like. But like I said, the minors are only 20 units each, which is small and perfect if you just want to do something on the side instead of majoring in it.
So somebody is asking, and no question is a dumb question, but they want to know exactly, what does double majoring look like? Like, what does that mean? what classes might they be taking? What does their work, like, what does the workload look like?
Mhm.
You know, I get questions a lot about double majoring when I'm on the road and talking to prospective students.
Mhm.
And, you know, for me, one of my quick answers is it really depends, obviously, on the student and the majors that they want to double major in. But in your experience with your three majors, what might that look like for a student workload wise? And are those students able to be involved in other activities on campus?
Yeah, so I want to reiterate what Mark said. There's no such thing as a dumb question. So ask whatever's on your mind. But for double majoring, in general, undergraduate students typically take about 3 to 4 classes every quarter, which is about 12 to 16 units. Um, so if you double major, basically your schedule just might look a tinge different than a person who might have a single major. You'll just have a more variety of classes in your schedule. For example, when I was at UC Davis, I studied sociology and psychology. So typically in my quarterly schedule, I had maybe 1 or 2 social classes and 1 or 2 psych classes. So you take the same amount of units typically as other students every quarter, but the texture of your classes might be different in that you have more variety in your schedule.
Perfect. Oh, here we go. Someone is asking, are there online classes at UC Davis to maybe get a head start, like over the summer? Is it possible to take college classes at the community college over this summer, or must students wait until the fall? So these are entering first years. Is it possible for them to get a head start, I guess is the main question.
Yeah, you can definitely get a head start if you want to. I would definitely encourage you to visit the summer sessions website for UC Davis to see um, what the application process looks like and what classes are available this summer. And then in terms of local community college classes, you can definitely take them during the summer as well. I would just be sure to check assist.org to make sure that the courses you take at your community college will transfer or have a equivalent course at UC Davis to make sure that you get credit for that.
Great. So another question is placement. So this question specifically asks about Latin and Greek, but do you want to talk about placement and how maybe prior experience maybe affects where a student might land when they start classes at UC Davis?
Yeah, so to do that, I'll separate the majors a little bit. For Chinese and Japanese, um, if you have any background learning these languages, then you need to take the placement test before enrolling in a language class. So it doesn't matter what your AP or IB or SAT scores are. The department policy is that students need to take the placement test so that we know which language level would be best for you to start in. It's a little different for classics. If you have AP or IB credit for a Latin or Greek exam, for example, off the top of my head, I know that if you've taken AP Latin and you get a 3, 4, or 5 on the AP exam, then that places you out of Latin 2 so that you'd start in Latin 3. So sometimes it can be a little nuanced and specific. So if you have more nuanced questions, you can email me and I'll definitely answer your individualized situation. So my email is lnawong@ucdavis.edu. And then when you go to your remote advising over the summer, your College of Letters and Science Dean's Office advisor can also help you figure out which language placement would be best.
Great. So we don't have any more questions in the Q&A, but some of the questions I often get are about like research and getting involved outside of the classroom. What kind of opportunities are there for your Chinese, Japanese, and classics students in that regard?
Yeah, so I think a big one is studying abroad.
Yeah.
I would say a lot of our Chinese, Japanese, and classics majors study abroad. Um, So there's study abroad opportunities through something called UCEAP, which is the Study Abroad Global Learning Office, Global Learning Hub on campus. And some people study abroad for just a quarter or even a whole year. And if you plan it correctly and you meet with your advisor, those classes that you take abroad can definitely count toward your major requirements. And I've heard just a lot of great things about students who, about the experience for students who study abroad. Just being immersed in the culture and language, whether you're in China or Japan, even Korea or Rome, they love the experience and something that they wouldn't, or something that they definitely recommend other students to do. Like I touched on before, these departments are pretty small, so you get to know your professors pretty well. So there's definitely opportunity for independent research or translation that you can do with specific professors during your time at UC Davis.
Great. Yeah, I was going to ask you about abroad. I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you. So another question is about like maybe pre-law or even, health sciences. What kind of programs are there for your students, either through your departments or on campus, that might be interested in going into health sciences for professional school or into law school, something like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think UC Davis is really good about having campus resources available for people who want to go into graduate or professional schooling. So there are resources such as HPA, which is Health Professions Advising on campus. Um, some of my own peers, my people who graduated alongside of me, they still use HPA because she wants to go to PA school, and the advisors are super nice, and they're even still willing to help her as an alumni of UC Davis. There's also pre-graduate and professional services advising at the ICC, which is the Internship and Career Center. So these are advisors that can help you navigate what your personal statement should look like. They can help you just narrow down the list of programs that you want to apply to. This is for a little later. I would just definitely recommend focusing on your transition and just knowing the campus during your first quarter and your first year. And then you can take advantage of these resources maybe during your second, third, and fourth year.
That's perfect. Thank you. Okay, so it looks like maybe someone answered it for us behind the scenes. I just want to reiterate, I know we have some more people rolling in, that we are doing the Majors Fair here for the College of Letters and Science. Right now, we've got Lauren Wong, who is representing the Chinese, Japanese, and Classical Civilization majors on campus. We've got a full schedule the next couple hours today and tomorrow, so hopefully you'll see that on the College of Letters and Science website. All right, so Lauren, let's see if there are some other questions in here. How about, what are your online, like how is it going in terms of online classes right now? I mean, we're all doing this remotely. I can see you're at home, I'm at home, everybody's at home. How are you hearing from your students about how their classes are going? How is advising going? Yeah, how about how things are going right now in terms of remote?
Yeah, I think this has been definitely a transition and shift for all of us on campus, including the students. From what I hear from the students, I think it's going okay through Zoom. I mean, I think there are challenges and just grace that we have to give everyone as we transition to online and virtual things. But for me, it's been good. I still meet students via Zoom and email and answer all the emails that I get. In terms of what will happen in the future, I don't think there's been any official word from the university regarding what's happening during fall. So I would just stay tuned about that, and hopefully things will start going back to normal eventually.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, hopefully things will go back to normal by fall. But I think I think what we're proving now is that we can do it. Classes are happening, students are taking classes, they're getting their advising, they're getting their support remotely. So at least we know we can do it. If we have to extend this, we do know that summer sessions are now going to be remote. So we know that at least. But But just like Lauren said, everybody, we're sort of waiting to see what happens over the next couple of weeks to see whether or not we'll all be back together in the fall. So,
Hopefully.
you want to talk about maybe class sizes again? I know you touched a little bit about this at the beginning, but what do the class sizes look like for your majors?
Yeah, so for Chinese, Japanese, and classics, for the language courses, they're always 25 people or less, which is really good for just optimizing your linguistic ability and learning these languages. There's a lot of one-on-one interaction from professors, and you get to work with your classmates very closely in the language classes. For other classes, they vary. Some of the lecture sizes can be 80 or more for the upper division classes. But I think a highlight in all these programs is that the language classes are very small. So you really get to practice your language a lot in class, and you get just constant feedback that will help you learn these languages to near fluency. Actually, a lot of students, for example, who are almost done with the Japanese major, they took a test. I think it's called the NJL, and so, I forget the exact acronym, but when because they studied abroad, their language levels are almost at fluency or almost fluent, and I think that's really impressive, given that they may have started even at elementary Japanese. So I think that's a huge highlight for the UC Davis Chinese, Japanese, and Latin and Greek programs here, that you just learn a lot in the classes, and the professors are there to really help you gain fluency in these languages.
How about, let's see. I'm going to my list of FAQs that I often get at these. Do your students graduate in 4 years? What does that look like for the students in your majors? I know that time to degree is a big issue, and the value of an education. So getting out in 4 years is really important. What does it look like for the students in your majors?
Yeah, so specifically for Chinese and Japanese, your language placement really matters. But even if you place into the first level, which is perfectly fine, you'll still be able to finish the major in 3 to 4 years. And same for classics. You would definitely be able to finish within 4 years because the majors are pretty small. Even if you start at the first level of language, you'll still be able to finish on time.
Great, awesome. And then, Lauren, what is your, do you want to talk a little bit about what, I know you have a little bit already, but do you want to talk a little bit about what orientation is going to look like this year for all of our new students? Maybe what that, what that process is, how students will get advising, how they'll figure out what classes to register for, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so for UC Davis, we're shifting to online orientation. Once you SIR, I believe you'll be receiving information about modules called Aggie 101. And then after you finish Aggie 101, you'll be rerouted to Aggie Advising, where you'll be able to have a specific remote advising appointment with a College of Letters and Science Dean's Office advisor. And that is the time where you can ask them all of your fall registration questions and just to get a feel of what Davis will be like. And then there will also be a mandatory 5-day in-person orientation, hopefully in September, I believe. But if you're interested in seeing more about the orientation for the majors that I specifically advise for Chinese, Japanese, and classics, if you visit, again, ealc.ucdavis.edu and classics.ucdavis.edu, both of those major websites have orientation tabs that include videos and a major overview and a presentation that I made. And if you want to learn more about the specific majors. So I would definitely encourage you to visit those websites and find out and just get a sense of what study abroad opportunities are here, what the major looks like, and just learn more about the program.
Great, thank you. We've got maybe a couple more minutes to cover the classics, Chinese and Japanese majors before we move into Spanish. Spanish is coming up next. I guess we've got a question in here about meeting fellow majors online. Do you guys, Lauren, do you guys have any social channels? Do you have listservs? How do your students get in touch with each other?
Yeah, so I would definitely encourage you to visit the different Facebook pages and Instagrams that we have available. I know that each class at UC Davis has their own Facebook group, but specifically for languages and literatures, which is the cluster that holds Chinese, Japanese, and classics, we have UC Davis Facebook page and an Instagram. So the social media handle is UCD Langlit for both. I've been sending emails as well to all of the admitted students about this information, and the social media information is also available on the orientation tab on the websites. So you can definitely meet more students through that way and just be able to also interact with the different advisors in languages and literatures where we can meet you as well.
Perfect. All right, how about one more question for Lauren? Let's see. Did you tell us what your major was?
Yes, I studied sociology and psychology, and I also took some Chinese classes actually. So I have personal experience in the Chinese department as well.
So you have personal experience with the faculty as a student.
Yes, I have. So it was interesting when I became their colleague.
Yeah, so let's hear how some of that went as an undergrad, like working directly with your faculty.
Yeah, I mean, I actually really loved my experience in the Chinese program. I really miss it actually, being a student in those small classes. And those were my Chinese classes were actually some of the only classes where I actually connected with my classmates because the class sizes were so small. And the professors and the instructors are so passionate about teaching you the language and teaching you well. So I really miss being able to be creative with the language, with the words I was using during the oral presentations, during the in-class discussions. So I really love that. And then when I became the advisor for this department, it was actually a really smooth transition because the faculty and the instructors were just as welcoming as when I was a student, and they didn't treat me any differently, even though they knew I was a student before. They treated me with absolute respect and professionalism. So I really love that about our department.
Awesome. All right, I'm going to turn myself on so I can wave at everybody. Wave at you, Lauren. Wave at everybody who came in today. So if you came in to hear from Lauren about Chinese, Japanese, and classics, we thank you for coming. We're going to switch gears here and turn it over to Spanish. So everybody say thank you. Give Lauren a virtual wave. Thanks, Lauren.
Thank you.
And then I'm going to just pop this back up here. And then as soon as we're ready, we'll bring on our next panelist from Spanish. All right, so if you're just joining us, you're in the Majors Fair, the virtual Majors Fair for the College of Letters and Science. And coming right up, we've got the Spanish major to cover. So in just another minute or so, I'll introduce your academic advisor for Spanish. So hang tight. Let me also add, if you are now just joining us, that the Q&A feature is turned on. So if you, hopefully you'll see the button down at the bottom. So if you're interested in asking questions of any of the advising team, that's Vanessa, who I'm going to introduce here in a second, but we also have some people behind the scenes answering some questions, advising staff. So we're poised to answer those questions for you. Feel free to drop your questions now if you have them, if you've got any questions to start. But it looks like it is now 2:30, and I want to make sure that Vanessa has as much time as possible. So I'm going to introduce Vanessa, but I'm also going to introduce Mark Reyes, the other Mark in our office. I'm Tom, he's Reyes. No, I'm the other Mark, he's Mark Reyes. I'm going to introduce him too, because he's going to take the questions from you guys. So I can step away for a second. But Vanessa, why don't we turn your video on so we can all see you? And let me make sure that that's possible here. Should be able to. And then Mark, do you want to unmute yourself too so that you guys can
Sure.
Stop sharing my screen? There's Vanessa. There's Vanessa. Okay. Hi, Vanessa.
Hi, Mark. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Good, good. All right. So we don't have any questions in the Q&A, and Mark Reyes is going to take over here for me for a second. But do you want to just start by maybe introducing yourself, maybe tell people who you are?
Yeah.
You know, and maybe a few things about UC Davis that are kind of special to you. And maybe just talk about your role and how many students you advise, those kinds of things.
Sure, of course. Well, welcome everyone. I'm Vanessa, I'm the Spanish major advisor, and I'm actually pretty new to UC Davis. I started in this role last August, so I've only been advising about 8 months. And right now I advise about 265 Spanish majors. And I didn't go to Davis, so my background is in, I went to St. Mary's College and I got my bachelor's in sociology with a minor in Spanish. And I received my master's at Sacramento State in higher education leadership. And what I love about Davis is that there's a large population of first-generation students. I myself am a first-generation student. A lot of my Spanish majors are first-generation, so that's a pretty neat thing to share with the students, that identity and the experiences that they're going through. But overall, I love all the students. I love the group of students I work with are very diverse. So yeah, it's been a great journey, and I'm still learning, and I'm excited to meet all of you.
Thanks, Vanessa. And I'm going to go ahead and turn on my video too. Hi, everyone. My name is Mark Reyes. I'm the Assistant Director for First Year Advising in the College of Letters and Science. So I'm going to be moderating this session as well. So if you missed it, or if you're just joining us, please go ahead and use the Q&A feature to post any questions that you have for Vanessa, and we'll start answering any questions. All right, Vanessa, we'll get started. I'll ask you a couple of questions that I can think of off the top of my head as well, and questions we've gotten in some of the other sessions about switching majors and also double majoring. Is it fairly common for students to double major in Spanish?
Yes, actually, more than half of my students are double majoring. The Spanish major is pretty small. It's 41 units to a minimum of 41 units to complete. So I have a lot of, the common ones I see are Spanish and sociology, Chicano studies and Spanish, and we have a couple sciences, but yeah, no, it's very common that we see that, especially because the Spanish major allows 2 outside electives, and typically that's why students can use courses to double dip into the majors. So it is common.
Great, and it looks like we have a questions coming in. So what is the Spanish major like, and what would it be like to double major in Spanish and something like political science? What's the course load look like for students? So kind of jumping off of that double major question we just talked about.
Yeah, so with the Spanish major, there's a lot of studying of literature, Hispanic literature, Latin American literature, the Spanish linguistics aspect of it. So the workload I know is very heavy in terms of reading and writing. I think that's where most of the development in the language takes place, is that students are reading about different cultures, and different courses will do different timelines as well. So you learn a lot about the history of Spanish in different countries. And then writing, definitely writing a lot. So I'm not sure about political science. I'm assuming it's also a lot of writing and reading. So, but I have seen political science majors as well with Spanish, and I think it's just about organizing and making sure you have the schedule to be able to take on the course load. And then let's see. We also focus a lot on Latin America and California, and we just added 2 new courses that focus on the Chicana-X and Latinx identity. So a lot of students are really interested in those courses right now.
Excellent. And we have another question that's coming in. Is it hard to get to Spain for a semester abroad, and how does that work? Looking at how students may be able to study abroad in the major as well.
Yeah, of course. So we do have a quarter abroad program that does take place in Spain. There's 2 levels. So level 1 is for elementary Spanish. So if you haven't taken any Spanish courses, I would recommend this program. Level 1, you take Spanish 1 and 2, and then you do an upper division, but it would be in English. And so if you wanted to study abroad and really get introduced to the language in a new way, that would be a great way. But they also do upper division. So once you have taken all the language courses for Spanish and you start upper division, then you would start your core areas in Spain. So this quarter abroad program is from April to June, and you would be taking 4 courses. You'd also be traveling around the country and doing tours, and all your classes would be in Spanish except for maybe one of them. But I hear great things about this program. Students really love it. So we have that program, and we actually have one in the fall quarter, and that one's in Argentina. And that one is also, that one's led by one of our faculty members, Spanish faculty members, and that one has 3 levels. The level 1 is also elementary. So if you are in elementary beginning Spanish, I would recommend that program for you. Level 2 is more intermediate and Spanish composition. So you're starting to write and kind of have a better understanding of the language. And then level 3 is upper division. So once again, you'd be working on the core areas of the major by then. And that one would be from September to December.
Excellent. So let's see here. We have another question about double majoring. And so when would you declare the Spanish major if you were, say, entering the Spanish major or trying to add it as a second major?
I have freshmen adding it, declaring the major as soon as they start, so that would be fine. I have juniors who are declaring the major. I think the key thing is to meet with me so that we can get you started and that you understand what the requirements are for the major, and making sure that you're, especially if you want to graduate in 4 years, that we get that plan, that academic plan set so that you know what you're doing. And then the declaring part is just going through submitting a form and petitioning to declare the major. So it could be done earlier, it could be done later, but I think the key thing is understanding that you know what you need to do in order to finish the major.
Awesome. So let's see here. Let's see if we get any more questions that come in. I have a question for you, actually. What would be one of the reasons a student might want to consider declaring Spanish if they're not already?
What would be one of the reasons? Well, we do have a listserv for all of our Spanish majors, and I'm consistently sending opportunities for the Spanish majors. I get a lot of people who want translators or Spanish tutors, or there's a lot of community, the local community are always looking for bilingual workers or volunteers, so they would have more access to professional development opportunities, because I would add them to the Spanish major listserv.
All right, it looks like we have a question about advanced placement exams in language and culture, and then also the literature and the culture, and how do those transfer into the major?
So the AP exams and those specifics. So it just, did I get that question right? Asking about how the AP exam works?
Yeah, so the question is specific to the Spanish AP Language and Culture and the Spanish Literature and Culture and how those transfer over, but maybe you could talk a little more generally about AP exams and also the International Baccalaureate or IB exams and how those apply to your major and minors.
Yeah, so we definitely take those into consideration. They're actually like, if you have either of those scores, that's where we take whatever score you have and we place you depending on the score. So let's say we take the Spanish language test, the Spanish language and culture, and the Spanish literature. So let's say for the Spanish language, you received a 5. That would be equivalent to our Spanish 23 at UC Davis, which means that it's equivalent to it. So you would take the next class, which would be Spanish 24. We have this online on our website, and then obviously you can always email me or set up an appointment to clarify on the score, but it should say on your transcript. Usually it'll say what it articulates as. Like it'll say Spanish 23 and it'll say your AP test, so that means it's equivalent to Spanish 23. And we also have some of the IB scores. There are some that do not transfer, and that's where I would have you take a placement test just to see where you're at. It just doesn't translate sometimes. And but like Spanish A literature, for example, that would translate as our 21 or Spanish 21. So you would be taking Spanish 22. So it's all specific to what your score is.
Excellent, thanks. So just a reminder, we're talking to Vanessa Alvarez from the Spanish department. So if you're a Spanish major or interested in the Spanish major, go ahead and post your question on our Q&A feature here, and we'll try to get those questions answered live. Well, while we're waiting, Vanessa, I'm curious to know, some of the questions that came up last week in some of our other sessions were regarding faculty and how faculty interact. Are faculty scary? That sort of thing. So can you tell us a little bit about the faculty in Spanish?
Yeah, of course. So Spanish faculty, they're wonderful. They're from all over the world. Like I said, like we have a faculty member who is actually from Argentina, and so she coordinates the Argentina Quarter Abroad program, which I think is amazing because then you get to see her country and she really knows how to take you around. And our faculty really like to get involved and engaged with our students. There's a lot of opportunity for research with them. So each one has a different focus in their research. For example, Robert Irwin has a project on deportation and the narratives of people who have been deported to their native country, and like the experiences that they've had. So he collects those narratives and he has students do research with him on those narratives. And there's a lot of translation work that students do for the faculty as well. So they're always open and ready to take on students to do research with them, or helping them with, even with the graduate students also do research, and they're willing to take on any student. So the relationship is very engaged.
Thanks. So you mentioned research in your answer there too. I'm curious, what does research look like in the Spanish department?
Yeah, so it depends on the professors. Like we have in the Spanish department, it's a Spanish and Portuguese department. So we have Spanish faculty that are also teaching Portuguese. So like Robert Newcomb, he focuses on the linguistics aspects of Portuguese, and he studies what words mean. That's one of his research projects. So it's like, it depends on the area that students are interested in. So I always tell them, like, you need to approach faculty and ask them what they're doing, because they'll have multiple projects sometimes. So that's one of them. And then I mentioned the deportation project. And there's more, I'm sure. I don't know the specifics of all of them, but there's quite a couple that have things going on right now. So those are the two main ones that I know about.
Thank you. Yes, sorry, I didn't mean to forget about our Portuguese faculty either. And maybe on that note, you want to talk to our students about the Portuguese, is it the Portuguese minor or is it Luso-Brazilian studies? Yeah.
Yes, Luso-Brazilian studies, yes. So we have a lot of the Spanish majors are actually encouraged to take on the Portuguese minor. I think the root of the both languages, I think they're able to pick up the language a lot easier. But that doesn't mean that if they're not native speakers, they won't be successful. So there is a Portuguese 31 class, and that is for Spanish speakers, and from there students pretty much get a head start in the Portuguese minor because of that native speaker. And then it's 3 courses after that, and then the 3, 4, 5 classes. So it's 6 classes for the minor besides the language section, which if they're a native speaker, 31 would be the only class they'd have to take. So it's pretty popular amongst the Spanish majors for them to do the Portuguese minor if they're native speakers. I've seen that a lot, which actually I should mention for native speakers, Spanish native speakers, for the Spanish major, their second year, if they place into second year of Spanish, they actually take, they're encouraged to take a Spanish native speaker series, which is taught differently for native speakers. So that's something, if you're interested in learning more about, we can talk about. But the series is Spanish 31, 32, and 33.
Great. So I just want to remind all of our students, don't be shy. Go ahead and post your questions in the Q&A if there's anything that's top of mind for you. So, another common question we would get in some of the larger sessions to Vanessa was relating to careers and internship opportunities. I suspect some of those came from parents as well. So what are some of the career fields or areas students who study Spanish might be interested in, or what's common in the major maybe?
So there's, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of opportunities for translation work. Students I'm often getting requests for tutors, Spanish tutors, or students being able to do interpreting and translation work. So that's huge, especially in California, Spanish being probably, it's the second most spoken language, if not the first now. And I actually have contacted a lot of alumni from this who have graduated with the Spanish major, and they're doing so many different things. There's not one thing that they're doing. We have teachers, and a lot of students think that just because they major in Spanish, they have to teach Spanish. We do have teachers, but that's not all there is. There's a lot of people in the medical field. We have pharmacists. We have a lot of paralegals that like to work with the undocumented community because they can speak the language. We have students, a lot of our students actually end up going to grad school as well. But they go and specialize in, like, they'll go to medical school or they'll go to law school. We have some students who will leave the US and go to a Spanish-speaking country, and they will work there as a teacher or doing community work. What else have we had? So I just want to emphasize that it's really about the skill set that the students are developing in the Spanish major. So it's the critical thinking skills, the writing skills. It's all advanced, analytical skills. Their reading comprehension is really advanced, and everything that we can do, all their skills that they can do it in 2 languages, is what I always tell them. So it's like, it's really about the skills and how they transfer that. They can do anything they want with the Spanish major. It's just about what they're interested in and then how they transfer those skills over to that new field.
Excellent. It looks like we do have a question that came in. Are there any classes for Spanish Sign Language? Oh,
no, we don't. That would be a great class, though, to have, actually. But no, unfortunately, we do not have one of those. I'm writing it down just as something to ask for the future. Spanish Sign Language. Okay.
And for the students who may be wondering, unfortunately, UC Davis does not offer any sign language, American Sign Language or otherwise, at UC Davis, which is unfortunate, but yeah. So you mentioned, or you kind of touched on students who are interested in doing things like medicine, other careers, law. So I know a lot of our students are thinking about being pre-law or pre-med and kind of going that route. How might the Spanish major complement them? I think you kind of touched on this in the career piece, but maybe a little bit more in terms of how it might prepare them for those particular professional programs.
Definitely. So I think I attended HPA is our Health Professional Advising Center. And I attended one of their sessions to get informed on what they did, which is advising students on medical fields and how to go about certain careers. And one of the things that they talked about was application process and how most of the applicants will be, you know, biology majors or some type of science major. But what medical schools actually like seeing is some diversity. And when they do see Spanish majors or English majors or other majors like that, they actually end up standing out because they want to bring a more diverse pool into the career field. So being a Spanish major and going into law or medical school will already have such a huge impact because, you know, Spanish is the second most spoken language in the world. So especially if you're going to stay in California, industries are looking for bilingual people, multilingual people, people that can engage with different communities and be able to help in that way. So I think it always gives you a step ahead to be able to speak a second language and at a high proficiency level, which is what you will get at UC Davis.
Great, thank you. So we have a few more minutes left. So for those students who are on, feel free to send your questions in before we run out of time.
Mark, can I bring something up?
Yeah, absolutely.
So there is the Spanish and Portuguese department website. So I encourage you all to go there and you will find an orientation tab. And in there, you will find a presentation on the Spanish major. And it just gives you detailed information on the requirements for the Spanish major, the Spanish minor, and the Portuguese minor. I also have it there so you can download it and go per slide and you can kind of see what the requirements are and some of the other opportunities in our department. I just thought that would be helpful to share with them.
Yes, thank you for sharing that. And for anybody who may be also wondering, we did have a question earlier about the presentation today, the Q&A, so this will also be posted online as well. So if you joined us late or you want to see it again, go over some of the topics that Vanessa discussed, that will be available for you later. So let's see here, no more questions in the Q&A at the moment. What about some of the opportunities to get involved in the major, maybe student clubs and things like that?
Yeah, so we have tutoring opportunities. So what's great about what I love about this is that our language sections of Spanish, which is Spanish 1 through 24, we offer tutoring. And the tutoring is actually done by our peers, our student majors themselves. So I think that's always really helpful when you have a peer that's able to help you. So we offer that every day in Sproul Hall, first floor. You can go sign up or something, and they have drop-in tutoring. So if you want to tutor, you can do that. Sometimes, so for the native speakers series, the tutors get paid. And then for the other language sections, the professors will give you units for that, which if they're upper division units, you can count them towards the major. And then there's also a Spanish club, and they meet weekly, and they do they get together, they watch movies in Spanish, they'll go to events together, they'll work on projects together. So it's a great way to build community and practice your Spanish. I've been to a few of those meetings and practice my own Spanish as well. So there's definitely those things you can get engaged in. And then if you are interested in, and if you qualify when you're in your last year, you can do a Spanish honor thesis, which is that you take on, and it's a 2-quarter commitment, and you do a thesis. You and a Spanish faculty member will work together on a research paper, and that's something that you can use for grad school, which would be great, and just to have on your resume and for experience will be really good for you too.
All right, Vanessa, it's the other Mark, Tom, as I'm also known. I'm back. I wanted to just make sure that you had time to wrap up. We've got about 5 more minutes. Do you have anything else to add? I just want to remind people before I turn it back over to you that this is Vanessa. She is our staff advisor for the Spanish and Portuguese majors, the programs on campus. So make sure that if you didn't get your questions answered, or maybe you were just feeling a little shy today, that Vanessa is available. The website is spanish.ucdavis.edu. Feel free to reach out to her. Feel free to reach back out to me if you still have questions outstanding. Vanessa, anything else you want to add before we wrap up here?
No, just reiterate, please contact me, especially if you have questions about placement, AP scores, or no scores at all, and you kind of want to know which Spanish course to start with. Definitely reach out. I'll be happy to help place you so that we make sure that you start in the right place for you. And like I said, the orientation tab is a really helpful place to kind of get an overview of the program. And I look forward to meeting all of you.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I'm gonna put my desktop back here. All right, so for those of you who are still in the session and joining us, in another minute or two, we're going to turn it over to the English department. We'll let some more people roll in since it's not quite 3 o'clock, but as soon as 3 o'clock happens, we'll turn it over to the academic advisor in the English department. So give us 1 or 2 more minutes, and then we'll be right back with you. All right, folks, it's almost 3 o'clock, but I want to remind everybody, if you're just joining us, to submit your questions through that Q&A box. You should see a button down at the bottom of your screen to ask us some questions. I'm going to introduce Linda here in a second. She'll tell you a little bit about who she is and what she does here on campus, and about the programs that she advises for and the students she gets to work with. But in the meantime, feel free to drop some questions in that Q&A box, and we'll answer them throughout the session. We also have some people behind the scenes who might be answering questions too. So if you don't quite get your question answered live, hopefully you'll see the answer posted to that box. But don't be shy, ask questions. Now is your chance to ask us those questions, as if you were actually at the Majors Fair we would have hosted on campus. We really wish we would have been able to meet you in person, but now's your chance to ask us your burning questions about what it's like being a student at UC Davis, particularly in the English or medieval and early modern studies majors, since those are the programs we're going to cover here. In case you're not aware, those are the programs we're going to be covering at 3 o'clock. And then at 3:30, we're going to turn it over to comparative literature, religious studies, French, and Italian. And then we've got a few more majors going on later this afternoon too. So hopefully you're in the right place to hear about the English and medieval and early modern studies majors. And my clock says it's now 3 o'clock. So I'm going to turn this off and we're gonna, oh, there's Linda. All right. Can we hear you, Linda?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Excellent. So I see some questions coming in, so I'm going to go ahead and throw these questions to you, okay?
Okay.
You ready to go?
I am.
All right, great. So the first question we have is, how do students get involved in the campus's literary magazine? Are there outlets on campus for students to practice their writing?
Okay, so as far as literary magazines are concerned, we have many magazines on campus and we often have them publicized with submissions through what I call my email listserv. So you will get announcements about those. We have one literary magazine that just started last year or the year before. Very professionally done. We're very impressed with it. We're supporting it as a department. We have one of our faculty in our department that help sponsor it and serve as a mentor for the program. They're very proactive. You will definitely hear about them as a student. As far as practicing your writing, we also have, it's not really practicing, but it's a way for you to kind of expose and maybe build some confidence in your writing. We have contests in the department. But we also have our creative writing workshops, and we have ones that are beginning level, just general registration ones prior to applying to the upper division ones that we offer as well. So that also gives you some practice with your writing. Hopefully I've answered that question adequately.
Yeah, that sounds great. So what does the workload look like for upper division? So, you know, once you get through maybe your first or second year, when do students start taking upper division? And what does that workload look like? How many upper division English classes are they taking? That kind of thing.
Sure. So because we have a very small number of prerequisites, actually one class that's a prerequisite for any of our English classes, it's not uncommon to have a student kind of dabble with upper division by maybe spring of their freshman year. They're certainly not required, and they certainly don't need to feel the pressure of doing that. But I've had plenty of undergraduates start upper division fairly quickly. We are unique, I think, in terms of not having a very heavy prerequisite structure to our major. The workload, you know, I've heard different things. Here on campus, we have what's called the Carnegie rule. And, you know, for every hour in class, you're expected to do what, 2 outside hours, it's 3 total. So you can expect to spend about 12 hours on a class between lecture and outside work for any class you take. If it's a 4-unit class, 12 hours. In truth, you know, we all know that might differ from class to class. I have not heard that there's a big difference between the workload of an upper division class versus any of our lower division ones. We have some lower division, what we call preparatory subject matter. They're not prerequisites. And students often say the workload of that is pretty comparable, is what I'm saying. So,
okay, yeah. Great. And then what about double majoring? Do you find that English seems to be a popular major for students to either maybe they start in English and they add another major, or they're starting in another major, whether it's physics or biological sciences, and
Mhm.
they add English as an additional major.
That's very common and something we encourage. And I realize I didn't fully answer your last question, which kind of relates to that one. And that is that we are such a small number of such a small number of unit major that it does allow students to do double majors. I've had plenty of students do triple majors, believe it or not. And so what that ties into that question earlier about how many English in a quarter. Usually you can get by with 1 to 2 English a quarter. And so again, that allows for you working other coursework into your regular schedule and balancing your load. And so yes, it's very popular to double, whether it be it can be anywhere from the sciences that people double in to political science, psychology, communications. It's very broad. If students don't double major, or they may double major, but also minors are popular.
How about out of the classroom experience? What kind of experience do students, what kind of opportunities are there for students outside of the classroom? We talked a little bit about, you talked a little bit about some of the contests and things like that, but research or internship, employment opportunities maybe for students. What kind of things are you seeing your English majors do outside of the classroom?
Yeah, internships are becoming increasingly popular. And, with it being writing, editing in nature for an English major, there's a lot of opportunities for that. I think that's why it's become so popular. So we do have the California Aggie, which is here on campus. It's a news source on campus. And so we have a lot of English majors working for that, interning. You can get internship credits, and you can do that with anything, not just the Aggie. Anytime you hold a writing or editing position somewhere, you can get academic credit for it. So internships are very popular. It could be even into the community of Davis. If somebody is living in Sacramento, they can use whatever work experience there, again, writing, editing, and nature. Research, we have, certainly opportunities. Any student can approach a faculty member. Oftentimes, it isn't the fact that the student necessarily knows what they want to do, and they don't have to know exactly the research area that they want to do, but it is a conversation that they'll have with the faculty member. If the student's interested in doing that kind of thing, there are a lot of opportunities through English to do that.
Okay.
What else? We have an English club. It has historically in the last few years been called Beyond the Major, Beyond English, something like that. Beyond the Book Club is what it's called. And so I'm actually going to get it up and running. It wasn't very active this year as much as I would like. So I'm actually going to serve in an advising role for that this coming year, to get it up and running, because I feel like it builds a good sense of community by having something like that on campus. So there's going to be that opportunity.
Okay. Can you talk about the English major itself? Like, are there different emphasis areas? Is there creative writing? Is there theory, history? Can you talk about maybe how the major itself is structured?
Okay. So we do have a core. It's built around historical focus and a non-historical focus. So we have that core that every English major has to meet, that set of requirements. Then we have 2 emphasis areas. A student is required to complete at least 1 emphasis for the major. We have literature, criticism, and theory, and we have creative writing. The literature, criticism, and theory is just as it implies, it's built around literature and criticism and theory. So you would take a little bit more of the courses that you would take with the core major. We do have in that emphasis, we have what we call advanced study courses. Those are capstone. They're great classes. Our students love them. They're based on a theme, a literary topic of some sort. They're small in size, so we have seminars that are 15, and we have other options within that are up to 30 students. The idea there is that there will be more interaction, discussion in the class that you might not see quite so much in other classes. And so, and they are all on unique topics that are at the discretion of the faculty teaching it. So oftentimes it's relational to their research that they're doing at the time. So that's that emphasis. The creative writing emphasis is basically students developing their creative writing skills in fiction, poetry, nonfiction, and they take 3 of the 100 level workshops. There is a prerequisite, which I'd mentioned earlier. There's a prerequisite fiction, poetry, nonfiction. It's an English 5 class, which is just general admission. So upon completing one of those 5 level classes, you can start applying to these upper division 100 level workshops. You need 3 in any combination. They're repeatable. And then you would have that emphasis. Often students take more than 3. If they start early enough to start applying, it's not uncommon.
Okay. So I love this question from Katrina. Katrina wants to know, what is your favorite English class and why? So, you know, do you hear from your students like what their favorite, like which English class stands out, or which maybe 1 or 2 stand out most?
Well, you can probably tell by the size. So we have a couple of classes that we tend to offer. They're more GE classes in truth. So they're classes that are attractive to non-majors. And those classes, so they're more like, and big in English is relative, right? But for us to have a 120 size class is considered very large for us. And the classes that tend to be that size would be our literature, sexuality, and gender, our English 186, our 166, love and desire and contemporary poetry, our children's literature, our short story. So you would, you know, again, these are things that, you know, everybody might be interested in.
Okay. What is the support like for students in English? Are professors accessible? You want to talk about what office hours means, and then maybe what your role is in the other advising and peer advising, like how that's structured, what that structure is like?
So I've been in this department for over 20 years. And one of the things that continues to impress me is the accessibility of our faculty. Our faculty do have required office hours, but, you know, our faculty are always, often the course evaluations from classes always talk about how accessible our faculty are. So even beyond the designated office hours, you can often find our faculty with their offices, you know, their doors open, accessible by email. We have an honors program. We have 2 honors programs. One is creative writing and one is our critical honors program. The fact that we can accommodate all those students doing independent projects is pretty impressive. It speaks again to the accessibility of our faculty. As far as advising support, we've always run it as an open door. We have scheduled appointment times, but if I don't have somebody in my office, and my door's open. Anybody can come. I think, again, we're known as a very accessible department in the advising realm. I have one other part-time advisor that works with me. We normally always hire a peer advisor, at least one per year, who works at least 6 to 8 hours a week and has office hours as well. So I would say as a whole, our department is very accessible, without a doubt.
Okay. So we do have some questions about placement exams for writing. Do you want to talk maybe a little bit about placement exams, and also what you know about AP? So like if and I know, there's a chart and all of that, but if you want to maybe touch on placement exams, but also advanced placement and what that might mean for a student coming in with a 5 or a 4 or 3 on any of those types.
Yeah, so I'm only going to speak to the English. We don't have a placement exam per se for English. We have the advanced placement. I think what's confusing to a lot of students in general is that entry-level writing that they have to meet before they meet freshman composition. There's so many great advisors on campus that will walk people through that at orientation. I know that our website will have an orientation site that will explain that as well. For English majors, bottom line is, if you come in with a 4 or a 5 on your English AP, you can start right into the major, meaning I would recommend starting with our preparatory subject matter, which is our English 40s and our 10 series. If a student comes in with an AP score of a 3, then they've met entry-level writing, but they still have to meet freshman composition, and that can be in the form of a bunch of course options. But for English majors, I think most of them opt for English 3, but other options are UWP 1, Complet 1, 2, 3, or 4, or Native American Studies 5. So then once they meet that, then they can start the major. So then there's other students that have to meet entry-level writing, then they'll move up, and so it might be spring before they can start the major. Everyone's at a different place there, but what I try to assure people of is that, again, because our major is a small number of unit major, they shouldn't consider themselves behind whatever spot they start at.
Great. So we've talked a little bit about some of the questions already in here, but we might have some new people in, so maybe it would be good to just reiterate. Do you want to talk again, maybe briefly, about what double majoring might look like, and just remind people that your English double majors could be from any college on campus, any other major plus your English. Well, I shouldn't say any other major, but most other majors.
Yeah, probably. Most other majors. I've pretty much seen them all, though, I think, through the years. But because, again, English is a small number of unit major, if you think of the fact that you need 180 units to graduate, and our major is 64, it leaves a lot of units there. Even beyond your GEs, beyond other requirements that you might have, you have a lot of units. And so it's good to think about how you can utilize those units, and often students decide to do a double major. So again, I have 3, I think this last year, that did a triple major. They've done double minors with a double major. I mean, there's a lot of options available. It's unique to the student what they decide to do. It's individual. Some students like to have a little more leeway in what they take, so they may decide not to fill up every unit that they have with a double. Other people, would like to have more of a focus.
Right. Let's switch gears just for a minute. Should we talk about medieval?
Sure.
So we actually do have a question. If you want to maybe give us a quick overview of it, but we do have a question about research opportunities and things like that. But maybe do you want to just give us a quick overview of what that program looks like?
Okay, so it's called Medieval and Early Modern Studies. I might add that that's a very popular, that major, it's very popular to double major with English or history. Those two seem to be very popular doubles. And the major is really working around, as the title implies, related to either medieval or the early modern period. So we're talking 1500s, 1600s at the tops. And so it's very interdisciplinary. And so basically we're relying on other departments on campus for our majors to take classes in to meet the requirements. Hopefully I said that the right way. But at any rate, our major planning form basically allows you to pick 11 classes out of a range of courses for like probably a good 70 classes in such programs as art history, political science, the languages, English, what else? History. And so it's very interdisciplinary in that approach. So if you like that idea, if you like those time periods, if you'd like to be able to study more of the politics of that time or the art, you know, the artwork of that time, then that's the kind of major that you would like to do or that you should choose. As far as research opportunities in it, again, because it's a very, very small major and we have a pretty robust program faculty, number of program faculty associated with it, there is the option to do independent research within that. And again, because it's interdisciplinary, you can choose, there's faculty that are representative from these different areas. So if you're interested in art history, for instance, you could find an art history faculty member to work with on some kind of research project related to that.
Great.
Hopefully answered.
No, that was perfect.
Okay.
So we have about 8 minutes left, which gives us time to get through a couple more of these questions. What made me think about, and actually it was one of the questions, do you see students doing abroad? Do you see any of your students studying abroad? I'm thinking medieval particularly. Are they participating in the UC program, maybe interning at a Smithsonian or something like that? Where are you seeing your students go?
Yeah, so students have, in medieval and early modern studies, yes, they have studied abroad. English, again, because it's a larger major and I have more experience with more students that I've advised, it's very popular to study abroad. I think, again, we go back to the small number of unit major that it is. It allows you, whether or not you are fulfilling English requirements or not, is kind of a separate issue. With that said, I've never seen a university program outside of the US that doesn't offer English classes. So, you know, any student can pretty much choose anywhere that they'd like to go and be able to meet English major requirements.
Okay.
The UC DC program is not very popular, but it is popular. I think I tend to enjoy seeing students participate in that because they do have such a great internship program, and the people that I've known who have participated in it have developed such great resources and connections and networking, which relays to our own study abroad program we have in London. So we have what's called our Spring London program. It has an internship component with it. if you do that program, you meet the entire literature, criticism, and theory emphasis in our major. What's nice about that particular program is that it is taught by one of our faculty here in the department. You're not at one of their universities, they're at a center that we partner with. So it is specific to UCs. It's UC students that are at it, and it can be at students at other UCs together with our UC Davis students. It's not just English majors that can be part of that program. So the internships that are available to students can range from something related to finances to a marketing person. It can range. There's a wide range. But I'm kind of, that's my program. I love that program. So
that sounds amazing. And one of my biggest regrets is not studying abroad as an undergrad.
Yes, mine too.
Oh, wow. Yeah, to go back and do it all over again. Okay, so we still do have some questions in here. You've covered this already, but let's touch on this again. Do you want to talk maybe about the average class size for both English, maybe lower division, upper division, and then also for medieval and modern studies, early modern studies? And then do your students do any sort of, in either of those majors, do they do a capstone or a senior thesis, anything like that?
Okay. So class sizes, they range from, our creative writing classes are 17. Our advanced study classes in the major are about 15, but our average size for our lecture classes range from about 49, actually 30. We've actually done a restructuring this year. So it's actually a 30 to about 77 is our average. We have the occasional 120 size, which again is some of our popular, more GE related classes like children's lit and so on. I think that covers the class sizes. We do have an honors program. We have 2, creative writing and a critical. Those admit at most 15 in a given year for each of them. And it allows students to, number one, learn research methods, but secondly, to do more of a research project, or in the case of creative writing, more of a developed creative writing project. And then you asked something else.
Well, it was like an honors thesis or like a capstone or.
That is one of the ways, but I would say for the literature, criticism, and theory major student, those advanced study classes under the literature emphasis, those are our capstones. For the creative writing students, the creative writing emphasis in itself, and if they do the creative writing honors program, then that would be more of a capstone experience. We have some advanced workshops as well in the creative writing realm.
Great. So Linda, we are just about out of time. If you have anything else you want to add, do you want to reiterate your website, your email, anything like that in the last minute or so that we have?
Okay. So yes, any other questions, I welcome you to email me at l.Jones@ucdavis.edu. My contact information is on my website, so you can also call. My office phone number is forwarded to my home, so I will be able to call, take your call. Our website actually has quite a bit of information that I think would be useful to a prospective student. If you look under courses and schedules, you'll be able to see our year at a glance. You can see kind of the breadth and the breadth of courses that we offer in a given year, so they're spread out. If you open a particular quarter schedule and you click on the class, you'll see an expanded description for that quarter with a book list and so on. We're very unique and we're really fortunate that our faculty prepare these every quarter for us. So students have no reason not to know what the content of the class is. When making class choices, they'll know exactly, what they're getting into.
Awesome.
Okay.
Linda, thank you. Thank you so
you.
much, Linda. Yay, Linda. Yay,
you.
English.
Take care.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye.
Okay, bye. All right. So, all right, folks, I'm gonna turn it over to my colleague, Amy Lowry, who is the academic advisor she is covering a bunch of majors for you today. Hi, Amy.
Hi.
She's covering comparative literature, religious studies, French, and Italian. Did I get them all?
Yes.
Okay, good. So, make sure that you're using the Q&A box there, folks, if you have questions for Amy about any of these majors. But to start, Amy, do you just want to introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about the majors themselves, the programs that you work with for your students, and maybe, what is your favorite thing about UC Davis?
Oh, goodness. Okay. I'm Amy Lowry. I have been on campus for 11 years, and I have been in languages and literatures advising these majors for 7 years now, to where I have languages and literatures has 10 majors, a minor and a program. So I have 4 of the 10, and then I supervise for the other majors. So I have comparative literature, religious studies, French and Italian. I love them. My favorite thing about UC Davis.
Yeah.
I enjoy the campus. I enjoy that it's just, I don't know, it's personal. I don't know, it has the good vibe feeling. You can go for a walk and people are smiling and talking to each other and they'll say hi to you. You can go to the Arboretum for a run or a bike ride, or it's friendly and it has the homey feeling for students or faculty or staff or anybody. So it's really cool.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree.
Yeah.
All right, so we do have some questions coming in, so this is great. Let's get to it. How about?
Okay.
So for comparative literature, what is the experience like for students with no prior experience in a foreign language?
There are a number of students that come in as freshman admits with no foreign language or very minimal from high school, and they start, depending on what they're interested in, they start in 1, Spanish 1, French 1, and then they just have to make sure that they do a language course every quarter to get through the lower division requirements as the prereqs for the upper division. And then once the lower division are done, then it's only 3 upper division. I say only, I feel bad. That's a number of quarters worth of doing the foreign language, but I have a number of students that start in 1 and work through the elementary and the intermediate and then get into the upper divisions. So it's definitely doable.
So what about the students who do have experience in your languages? How does it work for, and so this is just a question I have, and hope maybe people who are in the session might have. How does it work for placement? Like if I've taken 3 years at high school, do I automatically go into like Spanish 4? How does that work?
I
guess I should say.
Yeah, if you take it, the years in high school, and it all depends on how you feel. Like, I'm not going to force you to go into Spanish 21 or French 21. If you don't feel comfortable enough, take the placement test, see where you place, and then we can assess from there. Some students will go back to like the French 3 or the Spanish 3, or they want to challenge themselves, and so they go into the intermediate level. And we have tutors in all of the languages, so they utilize the tutoring and they're successful. So same for I was going to say the AP, if you have, you coming in with the 3, 4, or 5, it's going to, you're going to need to go into the next level, but those students have tutoring and whatnot, and they're successful. All of our language lower division courses are taught by grad students. So it's grad students in Spanish, German, French that are teaching, and they're wonderful. They want to engage with the students and help them be successful.
So Amy, I have heard that religious studies has this really cool tradition, like once a week, the students and the faculty get together. Do you want to talk about that and maybe what makes
tea? Are we talking about tea?
Talk about tea. Let's spill the tea about tea and
religious studies is wonderful. They're a great group. They have tea every week. Yep. So any of the undergrads are invited, and then usually weekly they rotate through different faculty and grad students that come in. Sometimes they're talking about the courses, sometimes they're, talking about what's going on in the world. Sometimes they're just helping each other navigate through what to take for past one, because, past times are coming up and things like that. There's tea always available, and it's a good community. It's a good place for community and just a like-mindedness to come in and have, conversations, and being, able sometimes to agree to disagree on different things as well. So it's a good space.
Okay. So that makes me think, the fact that actually happens in religious studies, it makes me think that maybe your faculty are really open and available for students.
Yes.
Is that the case in all of your majors? What does that look like in your programs in terms of faculty accessibility and your undergrads being comfortable going in and talking to
Oh yes, definitely. The faculty and the grad students are open. They have their office hours. A number of the faculty have, if you can't make it during their office hours, to make an appointment to come in. At the end of the day, they really do want what is best for the students.
Mm-hmm.
Same for me. I mean, I'm always going to be on the student side of whatever however we need to get through whatever situation they might have, whether it's positive or not necessarily negative, but just, if there's a crisis or, difficulty with trying to interact with faculty, how do I approach them? It's just approach them. They want to have those conversations with you.
Do your undergrads work with faculty? Are they doing research? Are they do your faculty sponsor abroad programs? What are your students doing to engage with faculty outside of the classroom?
Yes, they do research. Most of the students, it's usually their junior or their senior year, they start thinking about their research and what they kind of want to do. We have a number of students in each of the different majors that do a thesis. Some are senior thesis, some are honors thesis. It just depends on your GPA when you get there. And they work with faculty. They decide who they want to work with. For comparative literature, it depends. Are you looking for European literature? So you're going to go with Professor Ross. Or are you looking for literature of India? You're going to go with Professor Venkatesan. It just kind of, differs. And then same for religious studies. What type of, world religion are you interested in? You're going to go to Flag Miller for, Muslim Yemen type stuff. You're going to go to Professor Murchek for Christianity, Judaism. It depends. And then same for French and Italian. The European Romance literature, or it really depends. So there's they all have under the people page on the website there, they all have a little blurb of what they research and what they study. So sometimes we navigate through that. So if you're when you get to that point, let me know.
Okay. We do have a specific question about studying abroad. And this person is wondering about the, are there, well, let me read it because it's kind of long. Are
Okay.
there certain language proficiency requirements for studying abroad? So this person wants to study abroad in France. They have a conversational Canadian French background, but maybe
Okay.
not traditional French.
Okay.
So for studying abroad, what does that look like in terms of application and proficiency requirement?
It really depends on where you're going. Some of the programs you do have to have like I think it's 3 or 4 quarters worth of language proficiency. Some programs you don't have to have any and you're learning there and taking courses to learn it while you're there. It really does depend on where you're going and what language you're doing, to where students, so you come in as a freshman, there's a lot of freshmen that start thinking about it right then. Others start to think about it their sophomore year so that they can go their junior year. So the sooner the better. I mean, we can navigate through the websites and kind of decide now for the future, or even depending on where you start in a language course in fall quarter when you come to Davis, and then we can navigate. You can decide, oh, I was going to go to Lyon, but now I can go to Bordeaux based on language requirements. It really depends.
Okay. Do you find that the majority of your language students are going abroad?
I highly encourage it. I would go with them.
I know. It's my biggest regret. I said it already.
Yeah.
Probably multiple times.
Yes, I would say that probably half of them do go.
Okay.
Sometimes the barrier is financial, and then they learn that, oh, my financial aid gets to go with me, so yes, I'm gonna go. Yeah.
That's a great point, that your financial aid will adjust depending on where you're going.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. So, we're all in this kind of strange situation.
Yeah.
I can see you're at home. I'm at home, although you can't tell my virtual background.
I love yours. How did you get to do that?
It was a crazy download situation. Yeah,
that's really cool.
But I'm doing a million of these, so I sort of needed it. But do you want to talk about how your faculty have adjusted, if you've heard from your faculty, but also how your students have adjusted to remote instruction, how you are seeing your students, how advising is going? Let's give it to our participants for real, like how we're doing in this new normal.
I really think it's day to day. Some days are really hard.
Yeah.
And other days are really easy. I know that as a staff advisor, I had to adjust my advising appointments because I'm also homeschooling my son. So I readjusted my advising appointments so that I was very in tune to when the Zoom meetings would happen so that there aren't any distractions. And I mean, my son is older, but still, can still be a distraction. So, just making sure that I'm mindful for the students. The Zoom meetings have been going great. Some of them just make appointments because they want to talk, and that's fine too. Others, we have, things that we need to discuss, and then we have just normal conversation. I feel like the faculty have been relatively quiet.
Okay.
So I feel that they're plugging along. And I reach out to them usually once a week just to make sure that they're good. And most of them seem to be doing well. And they say that their students seem to be interacting pretty good. Some of the faculty have opted, instead of so they're doing like webinars. So then during their class time, they're having their office hours. And some of them have said that the office hours have been very busy, and they've very much enjoyed it because, being on campus and having your office hours, they say they might get 1 or 2 students, but being online, they're getting like 20 students. So it's different. And I think that it's it's okay.
Yeah.
For
We're all
for
figuring it out, right?
Yeah, we're just it's day by day. It truly is day by day, even for the students.
Yeah. Yeah. So some questions we have gotten a lot through this are about double majoring. Do you experience a lot of students in your programs that maybe come into either comp lit or religious studies, or maybe add those programs as a second major once they've already gotten to campus?
Yes, definitely. I would say that half of religious study, well, I would say that probably half of all of my majors are double majors, or a major and a double minor, because their interests are very broad. There's a number of students that, yes, they have majored in something else and then they add comp lit, religious studies, or even one of the languages, because they took a course for GEs and realized, wow, I actually really like that. And it, pairs well with, going to med school or business school, or, going on to grad school for anthropology or psych, or anything. They pair well together.
Okay, great. So, we do have a question up here. For comp lit majors, do they declare a concentration in a specific language?
No.
They don't.
Oh, in a specific language, yes. So they will take, so there's an upper division requirement of 3 courses taught in a language. So once you get through the prereqs of the lower division, then you continue with that same language and take 3 upper division courses in that language. Yeah.
So that's usually in the second year, maybe into the third?
Yes. Usually the second year into the third year. Yeah.
Okay. Another question I often get if I'm on the road about religious studies, because I love talking about religious studies, but you're probably a lot better at it than I am.
I don't know.
The first thing I always say is, it's not a theology degree. Do you want to give people just in a sense of what religious studies is and why it might be interesting for a student who might be studying history or might be wanting to go into law school or med school? Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I was going to say religious studies, I think that they get kind of an overview approach to different religions. And then it also dives into them better understanding, ethical values and how people work, just how they process things or how they interact with people. And there's a lot of biosci students that come over and take religious studies, and they end up minoring a few double major, or the other way, they're a religious studies major and they're taking the prereqs to go on to medical school, law school. They enjoy the critical thinking and the writing and the analytical process of it, along with the ethics and understanding people on a different level. And religion is I think religion really is a big part of so many people's lives. It's just something that a lot of people don't talk about, and I think that our religious studies department and the undergrads and the faculty they do a really good job they just do a good job.
Great, cool. Your language students, so if you major in French, Italian, or any of the other languages, are you proficient? I mean, proficient, that's not the right word. Are you fluent? Well, how does that work when you're done? Like what?
They're fluent. I would say that they're fluent. All of you have, depending, yeah, you're fluent when you're done. When you have your degree, you're fluent. Yes.
And where do you see students going? I mean, my cousin was an Italian major, and she went on to grad school in international cybersecurity, and
wow.
Yeah, I mean, some crazy things. Where are you seeing your grads go?
A lot of them go on to grad school. You know, some go on for their master's, for their teaching credentials for single subject so that they can teach like in high schools. Some are going on to grad school because they've double majored, and so they've double majored with international relations or political science, and they want to work for embassies or in politics. Some have graduated and gone on to doing a master's program in translation. I have a German grad student. He graduated, I think, 4 years ago now, that went on to a master's program in New York for German, and he's a translator now. He's working in Germany now as a translator at a company. So it just, you know, some are over at the Capitol in Sacramento. It just really anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is probably a silly question, but are students, do your students graduate in 4 years?
Yes and no.
Uh-huh.
Yes and no. Some definitely do. I would say that the ones that are a little bit farther on in the language, if they're starting in the intermediate language, they are definitely done in 4 years and have studied abroad as well in that time. Some students are graduating in 4 years plus like that fall quarter of their 5th year because they decided late to study abroad. So they're like studying abroad and then graduating. It depends on the student and how it, you know, how many units they're taking each quarter. You know, are they sticking with the 16 to 18 every quarter? Or are they doing, you know, the 15 to 17 a quarter as well? Are they doing summer sessions? I mean, on average, yes, but we do have probably a third of them will do 4 years and a quarter.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just gonna make sure that we get I'm just doing a time check here. So we have about 10 more minutes with Amy. And for everyone who's joining us in the session, we're covering the comparative literature major, the religious studies major, French and Italian. But Amy also covers all the languages, right? Like your team. Although we are going to cover German and Russian later, and a couple, I think tomorrow.
Okay.
We just finished up with Spanish. But make sure if you're in the session, if you have questions about our languages, feel free to put them in the Q&A box. For now, Amy, do you have anything that we didn't cover that you often get from prospective students? Any questions that you often get either by call or by email, or when you're staffing a table at a majors fair, which is what we're doing sort of virtually right now?
Sort of all of it. You know, studying abroad is a big thing. We have smaller class sizes. You know, we don't have, I think that right now religious studies has 35 majors, so we're smaller departments. The faculty get to know your names. I'm awful with names, but I'll remember your face always. So, I'm horrible. I need to get better at that. So in the languages, the lower division and the upper division are small class sizes. Comp Lit and religious studies, the lower division have a few large lectures, so between 100 and 150 students. But once you get into the upper division courses, it drops down to 35 as the max. So it's the faculty are getting to know you individually and your names and stuff. So that's really good. I feel connect, you know, when you're in class, talk to your classmates, get to know them. They become your community because you eventually start taking the same courses, you know, especially in the language, you know, you start in 2 and it's like, oh, well, I'm going to take 3. Well, let's take it together. And then all of a sudden you're at commencement together, sitting next to each other, you know, those types of things. It's good, you know, you're building friendships along the way as well. So it's important.
So along those lines, maybe just one more question. What about student clubs? So we talked about building community. Do your majors have student clubs associated with them?
Yes, I was gonna say, I know that religious studies has a club, but I'm not sure how active they are. So I highly encourage the T weekly. French and Italian both have clubs. French got off the ground this last year and she's been doing amazing. So I hope that continues for next year. And Italian has a club that meets throughout the academic year as well. Comparative literature doesn't, however, we try to get the students together for like a movie night or just a book night to where, have pizza or something and, kind of just come together.
Great.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, any parting thoughts for our attendees?
Welcome. I'm excited for fall quarter. I hope that I will be ready to see everyone in person again. I think I'll hug everyone. But yeah, I was gonna say, if you have any questions, between now and you SIR or anything, just send me an email. And then hopefully I will see some of you during summer for orientations during summer.
Yep. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so we're going to switch gears here in a second. Let me throw my slide back up, see if I can figure this out. Okay. So we're going to switch gears and we're going to turn it over to geology in a couple minutes. So hopefully we've got some people joining us and who are interested in learning more about geology. We'll give it a couple more minutes, right around 4 o'clock. We'll welcome you back and I'll turn it over to my colleague Mandy, who's going to take it away. But for now, hang tight and we'll see you in another couple minutes. But before I hit mute, make sure if you've got questions to use that Q&A box. That's how we're keeping track of questions, and it helps us too to better support our admitted students, so we know what you're asking and we know how best to respond and to support you. So if you have a question, no matter what it is, please put it out there so that we can address it live through the session, or else put it together through a follow-up FAQ or video after all of these events end, okay? So definitely use that Q&A box, and we will be back in a second. All right, folks, if you're just joining us, we're going to start in another minute or two with our geology friends. They're going to cover the cool, if you love being outdoors, geology is for you. So stick around and we're going to get started in just another minute or so. Okay, so let's get this show on the road. How about we talk about geology? I'm going to ask my geology friends, colleagues, Mandy, I see you,
Hello?
to log in, and there's Leslie. Awesome.
Hi.
So why don't you guys introduce yourselves, tell us who you are, what you do, maybe what one thing you love about UC Davis, and then we'll jump into learning more about geology, okay? Sound good? Mandy, do you want to go first?
Sounds good, yeah. Hi everyone, my name is Mandy Rousseau, and I am the major advisor for geology here. So I help all the students, we have about 90 majors, and I help them all with their orientation all the way through graduation. So class planning and details and policies, but also how to get involved and really make the most of your time here. So that can really include how to add on things to your major, like research or field work, studying abroad, jobs, clubs. I just love talking about all of that with students to really help you just not be here to take classes, but to do everything that you want to do. And we can certainly talk about all those different things, whatever you have questions on. But I want to give Leslie a chance to introduce herself because she's one of our awesome students joining us.
Hi everyone, I'm Leslie, and I'm a second year geology student. So I right now I'm trying to kind of figure out like what exactly I want to emphasize on, but right now I have a really I'm really interested in paleobiology, and that's one of the really nice areas that you can try to discover with geology. And like Mandy said, that she's been helping us, and a lot of the times with me too, she's been helping me try to figure out my path with the major, because it's a really cool major, but there's also like a lot of interesting things going on. So it's a really good way to explore any type of area of earth science that you guys might be interested in.
Yeah, great.
Awesome.
Thank you, Leslie.
Are you guys ready for some questions?
Yes, I think we are.
Okay, awesome. So our first question is geology one of the prerequisites if you want to go to graduate school in paleontology?
Okay, yeah, awesome. I love that we're jumping right in because a lot of our students do end up being interested in graduate school, which may or may not be right for you. It's a great path for continuing in certain areas. And paleontology, I would say, is one of those areas. It's definitely good to consider graduate school for paleontology. And then to go that route, if that's the eventual degree you want, geology is a great undergraduate major to have for that. In graduate school, they don't always say exactly these classes or exactly these majors, but again, I can help you make a personal plan for figuring out how to get to graduate school in paleontology. That includes whatever undergraduate majors you want. We have some students doing this with biology and geology double majors or minors. So you can take a little bit of each. Geology is definitely a good major to have for that, maybe with some different experiences like research added on as well. And I want to throw it over to Leslie too, because I'd love for her to share her path and what she's thinking about in terms of paleontology.
Yeah. So for me, I actually didn't start off being a geology major in the beginning. I started being animal bio, and through taking G courses in geology is when I figured out that that's kind of what I wanted to do. So I switched my major, and I still have some of the emphasis that I did have for animal bio, because that's kind of what led me into exploring paleontology and paleobiology. And so I've had the chance to take some of those classes that give you exposure to that, like the different types of labs. And I think it's a really good area for people who are interested, at least in different parts of biology, to be able to combine that with geology. And the classes, I think, can give you a lot of good exposure to those types of environments, if that's what people are really interested in.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Leslie, you talked a little bit about this, and Mandy, I know you have a lot of experience working with students in this regard, but what does it look like for students who maybe want to change majors? I know a lot of students probably find their way to you because maybe they hadn't heard about geology in high school, and so it wasn't something that they may have thought to check on the application. But for students who do find you or find the major, what does that process look like for students if they want to change majors or maybe add geology as a second major?
Leslie, do you want to talk about how you did it?
Yeah. So for me, I think like most people when they start out pretty lost when it came to actually like trying to figure out like how the process actually works. And what I did was like my first step, and I don't think everybody had to do this, but I went to talk to my actual advisor at the time, my animal biology advisor, and I told her about my plans, and she also referred me to talk with Mandy, the geology advisor. So I think whether you go and talk to your actual advisor if you plan to switch a major, or if you look online, there's a lot of resources for that. You'll usually find where you can contact somebody, whether it's the major advisor or a peer advisor. And so I went to talk to Mandy several times, and she kind of guided me through the website and how the process worked of submitting the form. And once that happened, it became pretty simple to actually do the procedure. So the resources are in several different places, and there's always somebody willing to help you, and it wasn't as scary or as complicated as it seemed. So if people want to do that, then it's definitely there for them to be able to do it.
Great.
And to add to that a little bit, there's nothing really stopping you from changing into the geology major. You don't have to take certain classes before switching in. It's not an impacted major. So pretty much what I ask students to do is come talk with me, make sure they are realizing it's the right major for them, and then assuming that they have met their overall academic being in good standing, everyone has to be in good academic standing to change their major, then you're going to be allowed or going to approve your change of major into geology. So if anyone there is a prospective geology major, you would just go ahead and reach out to me to start making sure you're taking some of the right classes. But the actual changing your major can happen almost any time. Pretty much, I've had students change in after a year, after 2 years. After that, it's a little harder to make sure you're catching up, but you have a lot of flexibility in those first couple years to take a variety of classes, not always geology, and still be able to switch in after a year or two and finish out this major. Anyone thinking, of course, of starting right away or switching in right away, you would pretty much be spending some time taking math, chemistry, some basic preparatory science like that, as well as general education and a variety of classes. And then the real geology, the core stuff that you're going to spend time on, is a little bit your second year and mostly your third and fourth year.
Do you want to talk about maybe what those classes are like? I think particularly in the second, third, and fourth year. I mean, when I think of geology, I think I'm going to be outdoors. I'm going to, be in the dirt, getting my hands dirty, which, I think sounds amazing. But do you want to talk about maybe what that might look like, what some of the maybe more popular classes are, and then also maybe class size, what those tend to be in geology?
Yeah. So about a year ago, we adjusted our requirements a little bit. We took a look at everything to make sure that students are learning what we don't want them to learn. So that's exciting because we have some classes that are more interdisciplinary. For example, we have a class called geobiology, geophysics, and geochemistry. Those are kind of some second year classes after you've taken a little bit of math, chemistry, and physics. So that's a nice kickoff. I don't know, Leslie, have you taken any of those classes yet, those three?
Well, I've taken geochemistry so far. I still need geobiology and geophysics, but yeah, they're smaller classes definitely compared to other ones. but they're, I think, a really good mix between whatever you have as a foundation from your first year and what you can apply from geology into the second year when you take those classes.
Yeah, awesome. Because then after that, you spend your third and fourth year really taking just geology. And in our classes, we have some classes that build on each other. So it's a little bit prescribed. You're just going to take this class in the fall, then everybody from that class is going to go on to the next class in the winter, spring, so that it all builds on each other. And the two places those are kind of built out of is petrology, which is the study of rocks. So chemistry, you're looking at rocks under microscopes, so you're really learning about the chemistry of the rocks. And then structure, which is more the big picture, it's more based in physics, and you're really learning about structural geology and field mapping. That was my little one sentence about each of those series. There's more to it, of course, but those are our two series of classes, as well as paleobiology classes, sediments and strata, and I'm certainly going to talk to you all about the field work and all of that stuff where you get to take all of that and apply it and really practice it out in the field. And then you also have electives, so you get to take about 6 elective classes in oceanography, geophysics, planetary science, more paleobiology. What else is there, Leslie? What are some interests that you've seen in some of these classes?
If there's some lower divisions, which can also focus on like solar system and kind of like planetary sciences. So those, if anybody's interested in those will also be good choices. And if there's some classes that might be more focused on evolution, like evolutionary history of certain animals. But yeah, there's a pretty big range of where these classes can go, whether it's oceanography, paleobiology, or more like stratigraphic based classes. So there's a big range.
Yeah. And then, yeah, when you're in these classes, so whether there's those required classes or the electives that we were just talking a little about, they are small classes. Some of the required ones are maybe about 20 to 30 people most of the time. And when you get into some really specific electives, I've seen classes of just 10 or fewer. Discussion sections and labs that break out into no more than about 15. When I said you're getting on microscopes and you're working with each other, that'll be 15 students with a TA, a teaching assistant, and then you'll all come together for a slightly larger lecture of about 30 or 40 people. So some really nice class sizes, which is great. You've got a lot of TAs and faculty who are your teachers here to help you in those classes. So because of those class sizes and our 23, I think it is, faculty members, you have a lot of access to them as well.
Great. Do you want to talk a little bit about what that looks like, what access to faculty look like? So if an undergrad, and maybe Leslie, you've had this experience already, but if an undergrad is interested in maybe conducting research or getting involved somehow, what does that look like for an undergrad? And how are your faculty not prepared, but how do they do under those circumstances? Are they approachable? What is the system that's in place for undergrads to really connect with their faculty?
Yeah. So in this department, I'm actually in the building right now. I'm staying safe at home 98% of the time, but my internet broke today. So in this building, we have all of our faculty here together. And on the first floor, you have all of our classrooms. So especially when you're in your third and fourth year, you're basically in the building much of the time. We've got an undergraduate lounge too, a very small one, but there's a fridge and a couch and a table. So you have this physical access. So we're all back together after this whole COVID thing where you've got that physical access. So you'll see the row of faculty offices and you can just go up and knock on their door. You can email faculty as well if you have a quick question. And I found that they're pretty approachable. I think they're fantastic here. They're great to work with and they're really doing a lot of awesome research. Because of that, students absolutely can maybe look up a faculty member online and say, oh, there's somebody in paleontology, paleobiology. or planetary science or any of these areas, and you say, well, that's the person I want to work with. I want to do undergraduate research in planetary science. Let me go talk to those 3 faculty members. And again, just go to them or email them to ask to have a quick conversation, and you'll be able to find a research position. They'll create a project with you. So they're really here for the students. So you can say, can I get started in your lab? I'd love to work on some things, and then they'll bring you into their lab to do work. Almost all of our faculty take on undergrads like that for volunteer work, sometimes paid if you're lucky, so that you can get an experience doing undergraduate research in the lab, in the field, different ways of doing that. Yeah. Elsie, do you want to add on?
Sometimes a lot of these things can start out just by going to office hours. Sometimes that's kind of one of the easiest way to get approach your professors, because most of them will like having students come into office hours. They want to hear people ask questions. They're willing to talk, and a lot of the times it's when you can get into conversations with them about a lot of interesting topics that that you might be interested in or you might want to do research in. So that's definitely one of the ways that you can try to get an experience or get closer to your professors too.
Awesome. Mandy, you touched on this. You teased us a little bit with the field work, field experience. Do you want to talk a little bit more about what that looks like for undergrads? We mentioned research a little bit, but anything, beyond the classroom, how are students applying the knowledge that they're learning in geology?
Yeah, so it's really the first thing I talk about most people with. It's the biggest thing for a geology major, I would say, is that we have this field work. So what that means is going outdoors and doing geology and learning outdoors. And so we have it built into some of our classes, and then especially our required classes. And then we have it built into some other opportunities too. So the big piece that every student will have is a spring class called Spring Field Geology, where we take everybody out into the field for 3 different weekend field trips. One of them is a day trip, and then an overnight, and then another overnight, I think. And you're out there mapping and learning geology out in the field. Mapping is a big part of that, so you're learning how to identify the different pieces of rocks, the different types of rocks around you, and then you're mapping it out very detailed. And those are those projects that you're working on with others in the class to demonstrate your knowledge that you've learned in the classroom. So that's spring field geology. And then you think of that and ramping it up, we have summer field geology. So that is where everyone's doing a Bachelor of Science. We do have a Bachelor of Art as well with fewer classes. But everyone doing a Bachelor of Science is required to spend 6 weeks out in the field in the Sierra Nevada in Bishop, California. And it's broken into 3 weeks each, so you can split it among different summers or do it all at once. And that's our summer field geology. Again, applying this information, learning in lectures during the day, and then field mapping work during the morning before it gets too hot. Having a little bit of free time as well, and time to work on these projects, again, collaboratively, which I love about the department, is you're working with others on these things. And again, that's how we apply our geology, and that's how we create field geologists. So when you graduate, that's a big thing to know. It's a big skill to have, and it's where a lot of our students start out as well. Those entry-level jobs are going to be in the field, collecting data or running different experiments or different things. And so that's a big strength of UC Davis geology specifically. And you may find a few different schools out there, large schools, that offer summer field camps. I say camp, you're in cabins, you got a kitchen and everything, so it's not roughing it too bad for 6 weeks, but it's really getting involved and getting out there and learning very hands-on. Yeah. Plus we have some other opportunities for little one-off field trips and field experiences. Some of the electives go out in the field, some of your early classes, so you get a chance to go out your first or second year and not have to wait until this summer capstone at the end. So you do have chances to go out there, as well as our students just go hiking together all the time. They have a geology club where they'll all go out and about and spend some time outdoors.
Great. Do geology students go abroad? Do they do study abroad?
Yep, absolutely. So we have programs at UC Davis where you take Davis classes. Also programs where you can go almost anywhere in the world and take a class at that university. And then we kind of work on, well, can we count that as an elective or something? Mm-hmm. So we've definitely taken a look at requests to take all sorts of different things. Somebody took their structural geology in Switzerland, things like that. But some of the common ones are the Davis classes. So we have, you can take physics all in one summer in, I think it's 10 different locations out there. So physics is a huge one. People really like doing that a little bit early on. We have, you can study some geothermal topics in Iceland, geographic information systems, which helps you with mapping in Bhutan, which is very cool. There's some new programs. There's also one coming up where you get to do a small research project in about 2 weeks in Antarctica, which is very cool. It's very much focused on climate change and ecology and kind of bringing that all together. So we've got that program coming up. I think it's being taught for the first time this coming year. Those are the ones that are coming to mind.
Okay.
You do math and physics, which are some early on ones abroad as well.
Great. So Leslie, this is a question for you. And I also just want to remind people who are in the session to submit questions for us if you have questions for geology, or even if you have questions for Leslie as a student, as an undergrad, feel free to post in the Q&A box. But one question that comes to mind, Leslie, is what are there opportunities for undergrads to, and I know Mandy mentioned the lounge and everything, but are there clubs that students get involved in through the major? Or are there, like academic honor societies or anything like that that students can build community specifically in geology?
Yeah, so there is a geology club, and I think that's probably one of the main ones that people will see, especially out in the beginning of the year in the club fairs. And I know that they do several types of activities. Sometimes they'll go and do socials, or they'll have meetings kind of to also help students find different types of resources if they need to for programs or scholarships. But it is a club where I think it is one of the ways that students who are in geology can find other people that share the similar interests. There's also the Women's Geosciences, I think, association, where you can also get mentored by different grad students, and they can kind of help you and give you advice on whether it's applying to grad school or research opportunities. I've been doing that for the past year, and it's been really helpful because sometimes you'll find different workshops where they can show you what kind of things you might need for field work, how processes work for applying to different grad schools or other research opportunities. And you can also find several people that are in those organizations and clubs because a lot of the people are in the same place. So there are different areas and groups where you can find students who are in the same place as you, and whether it's the same grade level or sometimes above or below. So there's a lot of chances.
Awesome. Hey, Mandy, I think I've read somewhere, or well, I know I read somewhere that geology offers a minor and maybe some unique minors. Do you want to talk about some of the, if maybe a student is interested in geology or just likes being outdoors and learning about the outdoors and the earth and everything like that, but maybe they don't have room in their schedule to do a full minor in geology, what other options might they have for maybe minoring?
Yeah. Yeah, so that's definitely possible here. We have quite a few minors. We have both a Bachelor of Art and a Bachelor of Science in geology. Of course, if you're thinking, I want to be a geologist, that's my main thing, you'd want that Bachelor of Science to open more doors for you. But I've had a lot of students who want to combine majors, maybe do a double major, and a Bachelor of Art might be a really good way to do that. And so you can do a little bit less geology and have more time to fit in something else, whether it's another science or humanity. And then those minors are a really awesome way to just get a little extra geology in your college career without having to commit to all the classes. So a minor is about 5 classes, upper division, which means you take it your junior or senior year. And we have a geology minor, we have a paleobiology minor, we have a few that are a little bit less popular. We have an oceanography minor as well. And so those are our main ones: general geology, paleobiology, and oceanography. So we've had a lot of students do those in the past too. You have to do some of the scientific prep work, so math, physics, and chemistry, and then you take about 5 classes in a specific area.
Okay. One question I often get, and you probably do too, and we maybe have time for one more question. Maybe before I ask it, do you have anything else to add before we wrap up? Because 4:30 is coming up, but
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you have time to give us anything else that's on your mind about geology in your programs.
Yeah, I'm really glad Leslie talked about the clubs, because one of my big things that I love about this department is just how much community there is among all of the students and faculty. So, and I see Leslie nodding, it's just that I see students working hard together, having fun together, getting to know their professors really well, like first name basis, doing research and being out in the field with them. And it's just so cool to see, because everybody is just really committed and really into that. I see a big spark a lot of times. I know there's some of you out there who'll tell me, I'm a geologist because I had a rock collection, because I went camping and I went outdoors a lot. I see that a lot, and I love that passion that I get to see with our students. And so it's a good place to be for that kind of community. And then just that access level that really, I don't think we have a single student who's not doing something else besides just their classes. You know, there's clubs, all sorts of ways to get involved, which is so important and so possible to do here, to do research or study abroad or internships in Sacramento, or these things that help you get these awesome careers as geologists, which is what we're seeing our students do. So I'm starting to rant about our students, but that's just because I'm always so impressed by them. I think that it's a really great place to be.
That's great. Leslie, do you have any parting words for us, for our students that are in the session?
I think that, you know, there's a lot of different areas to explore in this major, and I think it's one of the nicest majors that they have here at UC Davis, because it's so broad. You know, you're not restricted to just geology. You can expand into different types of areas, which is something that I've seen a lot throughout my time here, where it's like you're interested in a lot of different areas, and you can always find a way to tie it back into geology. And there's a lot of opportunities for people, and I think a lot of people will have a really fun time with this major, because it's a nice combination of being able to have lectures and study, but also have a chance to actually see things in real life. So it'd be nice to have a lot of other people apply too.
Awesome. Well, that's really as much time as we have. I'm going to turn my video back on, because I want to give you guys a big applause for participating today. Thank you, Mandy. Thank you, Leslie, for giving us your insights on geology. Of course, you know, we want to be able to meet everybody in person, and we hope we will in the fall. But I encourage the students who are in the session to reach out to Mandy through her website, which is Geology, right? Geology.ucdavis.edu. Is that right? Okay, good. So make sure you stay in touch with us, stay in touch with her. If you have any further questions, we are recording the session, which we will post on the website, and Mandy will get access to it as well for her means. But thanks everybody for coming. Thank you, Mandy. Thank you, Leslie.
Everybody.
You guys. And we're going to switch gears here and bring on our next panelists. Let me do a few housekeeping things here. Okay. So we're going to turn it over to my colleagues in Middle East and South Asia Studies, Michelle Barrett. There she is.
Hi.
There you are. Awesome. Great. And we have Sudipta. Yes? There he is. Great.
Hi,
okay,
everybody.
All right. So I just want to remind everybody who's in the session to go ahead and use the Q&A box. Use that feature to give us your questions, whether it's about the major or just about campus life. We're here for you to answer those questions. But before we get started, I'm going to turn my video off because I don't want you all seeing me. I want you to be able to see your panelists here.
And our student is having some trouble getting into the Zoom meeting.
Okay.
So I think they might need a new link.
Okay, so I'm going to pop off, but I will take care of that. But Michelle and Sudipta, if you guys want to just introduce yourselves, maybe just remind folks who you are, what you do on campus, obviously, and maybe one or two things that are special about UC Davis to you. Okay?
Great.
All right.
Go ahead, Michelle, you start and I'll follow.
Okay. So hi, everyone. My name is Michelle Barrett. I'm the undergraduate program coordinator and academic advisor for the Middle East and South Asia Studies program. So my role is to be the academic advisor for the program and help students guide their way through 4 years in our program. I work closely with Manasa Student Resources on campus, so that's the more student-focused side of student support on campus. So I provide additional academic support to them as well to be able to bridge the connection between Mesa and the greater Manasa community on campus. And I would say some of my favorite things about UC Davis is the community here, and definitely the Manasa community here. As somebody who also identifies within the community, we have a very close group on campus, I would think, and definitely in our Mesa program, everyone's very, very close.
Great. Hi, I'm Sudipta Sen. I've been teaching here for a very long time, since 2004. One of the founding members of the MESA program, Middle East South Asia Studies. Michelle was just mentioning the student groups under Middle East, North Africa, South Asia.
Mm-hmm.
And there are a lot of things that I remember once we had a campus. And I really like our program because it's still a rather young program, relatively small. We're very tightly knit, and our students are very much part of a very close community. And they come from different interests, backgrounds, heritages. People interested in those areas of the world, Middle East, South Asia, people from those parts of the world, either directly as international students or people with that background who are, grew up here, right here in California. And what I really like about our program and our, presence and life on campus is the energy and the vibrancy and the close-knitness of our students, who actually kind of discover the different parts of the world through them. So one of the places to discover new things is language. Of course, language opens up, as the great poet Goethe said, the window to another culture. Hey, RG. And the other place too is, of course, a class, and then, of course, our various activities that we do. We do leadership retreats. We do There are student groups on campus very active, such as the Other Collective and magazines. We have interns in our MESA program who also provide the link between faculty and students. And of course, last but not the least, my wonderful colleagues and our fantastic staff, such as Michelle and others who make this all really, really worthwhile and great fun. So.
Yeah, so to tell you all a little bit about our program, we have one major, so the Middle East and South Asia Studies major, where you are learning about both regions. And then we offer 5 minors. So we have Arabic language, which is a recent transition for us. We now oversee the MESA languages, which include Arabic, Persian, Hindi, Urdu, and Hebrew. So we have the Arabic minor, Arab
and soon to come Punjabi.
Oh yes, and Punjabi is also going to be a
starting.
We offer Arab Studies minor, India South Asia Studies minor, Iran and Persian Studies minor, and then a general Middle East and South Asia Studies minor for students who want to learn a little bit about everything. So there's a lot of academic opportunity to get involved with our program. Some students might just take a couple of classes, maybe do our language series, but there are opportunities to add a minor or even potentially double major in our program. We do have one of our students in the MESA program with us, RK, who is double majoring. So if you would like to introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Ratnapala Gamage. I'm a senior, yeah, what else do you want me to?
Yeah, just tell a little bit about your majors and then how you found the Middle East and South Asia Studies program, maybe?
Yeah, so I've been here 5 years now, and this is my last couple of days till graduation. And when I first came here at UC Davis, I took Middle East and South Asian Studies major, and I did an internship in Washington, D.C. I was able to get the internship because of Middle East and South Asian Studies major, because I was working for a racial wealth divide initiative in Washington, D.C. So the major really helped me like get involved in certain activism, which is one of the things that I really appreciate. And because of certain activism, that really got me involved in politics and the importance of just being involved in politics. And all the classes that I took, I grew up in Sri Lanka for 15 years. So I have a close, I'm really close to Sri Lanka is really close to India, Pakistan. So I really feel like home when I'm talking to people from those regions,
Those regions that play cricket too.
Yeah, big rivals,
Yeah, and so Shadipta, do you want to maybe talk about the history of our program and how it came to be?
Don't get me started. I'm a historian, so I don't want to stop. Now, it was I just say that it was really grew out of the student interest in languages and cultures in different religions and that part of the world. And it's a unique program because it's not a traditional area studies program, but a kind of trans-regional studies program in which these areas are brought together, and it shines light on a very interesting part of the world, which has always been connected through history, through various kinds of similar experiences, economically, culturally, linguistically. And so that it was the inspiration for the program. And I think students really gravitated towards that part of it, which is this sort of connectivity and kind of rediscovering various. Now we are learning, of course, that genetic mapping of the world shows that actually those regions were also connected way back in the past. So anyhow, it's kind of fascinating to see that, how that sort of new dimension is emerging. But for some other time, maybe. But what happened was that we started off as a kind of really a very small program with faculty interest in kind of sharing each other's work, and it then moved into like a sort of a minor, and then we applied for a major, and we got a grant from the Defense Department to teach Hindi, Urdu, and Arabic. Those were the first 2 languages, and then the rest of it is built through. We have done tremendous amount of fundraising, and it's a first small program. we have a $3 million plus endowment, which actually helps us organize lots of extracurricular activities, and a lot of speakers come to campus. So it's a very enriching program, for students, because if you're the more you put into it, the more you get out of it. But you actually are exposed to pretty high level of not just faculty but programming. And some of our program, take students to Sacramento because we have partnered with various kinds of organizations. We've had exhibitions in City Hall, and students get an opportunity to work with or get to know members of the greater Sacramento community. So there are sort of other dimensions of the program that don't necessarily, it's not obvious as an academic major, but I think we have some very interesting opportunities for our students. And I think that's one of the pluses. And I'll just say one more thing. A lot of students come looking just for a minor, and when you have enough of a snack, it becomes a meal. So I always tell them that, look, you've already snacked a lot. You're ready for a meal. Just become a major, and it's actually not a bad. It's the one thing that we do sort of emphasize is exposure to language, because we feel that at least 2 years of a language is a basic minimum for you to get into sort of a little bit under the skin of a different culture and different part of the world. And once you get a taste of that, it becomes even more, I think, interesting. And so that's where we stand. And we just added Punjabi, which was not on campus. We got a grant from the university president's office, close to $200,000 to start an online Punjabi, where Davis is taking the leadership role there with Santa Cruz and Santa Barbara. And so we are very excited. I'm very excited about that because, a lot of work went into it, and we were lucky to get it. And there are other things that I'm working towards. We have a speaker series called India at Crossroads, where we are shining light on some of the challenges facing Indian democracy. Sometimes students themselves take an active role in programming. They tell us what they want to do. They want to address an issue, some kind of an injustice, or some kind of an exciting opportunity. So I would say that another advantage of the major is its openness and its interactivity with students. Without students, of course, what does a major do? Students are, of course, the centerpiece. In our case, it's an undergraduate program. That's the centerpiece.
Yeah, so I think there is a lot of opportunity in our program, and most that students wouldn't necessarily think about. If you'd be able to maybe talk about some of your experience in the classroom and what kind of classes you've taken, because I'm sure most students don't know what classes we do offer within the MESA program or related classes that are associated with our program.
Yeah, I took History 190, History 8 with Professor Sen, and MSA 100. It's all about it's about Safavid history, Indian history, Israel-Palestine conflict in terms of politics. That also goes into the classes. Comparative. I forgot other classes, but there were a bunch. But
there are a lot.
yeah, there's political science classes, history classes. There's some.
Yeah, I think, RK, one of the things that people probably don't know is that most of our classes are elective and comes from other departments.
Right.
Core MESA courses that have an MSA number, there are only a few of those.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, everybody needs to take minors and majors take the MSA 100.
Right.
Which you probably did with Professor Anushar or Professor Tejjan.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the one which is comparative.
Right.
Which is Ottoman Turkey, Safavid Iran, and Mughal India, and then bringing all these three areas and cultures and histories together. That's the one. The other one is the MSA 180, where we do comparison between two different areas. Mm-hmm. Those are topical courses, and they're taught by different faculty members. But our it's a very lean roster of MSA courses. It's really broad. It brings together under one umbrella other courses that you take in other parts of, let's say in poli-sci, in history, and other majors, and you bring them together under one umbrella, and that becomes part of your MESA portfolio, right?
Right.
Which is why I think RK, you're thinking about what other courses, the other courses in your other majors. And that's the other reason why, I mean, Michelle, maybe you want to talk, we can talk more about this, that one of the ways in which MESA works very well is as a second major.
Right.
Because, you know, you can combine it, poli-sci, MESA is a good combo.
Right.
Or MESA history has been always a very good combo for students, especially who have gone on to do graduate school.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there are other possible combinations that, you know, we haven't tapped into. Yeah.
Yeah, we do have a lot of students that choose to double major. Some don't, but a lot do. Another popular one is anthropology.
That's right.
I closely work with the advisor with anthropology. So there's a lot of potential opportunity for collaboration and some overlap. Religious studies students might be pursuing a minor in that too. You know, it depends on what their interests are, but if you start early and start thinking about it early, there's definitely opportunity to double major, especially in the College of Letters and Science. A lot of majors have that opportunity. So if you start thinking about it now, then you can definitely work that into your academic plan, and I'm happy to help you try to figure out the best way to incorporate MESA into your academic plan.
And a lot of students actually do independent studies with MESA faculty. I mean, I personally oversee a lot of these. So for instance, you know, if RK wanted to do a course on the history of Sri Lanka, or a course on, you know, modern Sri Lankan politics, you know, maybe ethnic conflict, for instance, you know, then he would come to me and I said, okay, you come up with a reading list and we'll work together on a project. And then MESA students sort of present their research on an annual research symposium, which unfortunately we had to cancel this year.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that MESA also gives students an opportunity to really sort of craft their own major, sort of tailor it to their own interests. And so this is something which is what I'm talking about is flexibility, which I think is exciting. I think I just wrote a report somewhere that I have students working with me on, at least last time I checked on, somebody was doing a study of mental health institutions in colonial Cairo. One was working on the rise of Zionism and the Palestinian question before during the time of the Mandate and the British Empire. Somebody's working on a project on the rise and fall of Benazir Bhutto, Pakistan. Somebody's working on India during the Victorian era. I mean, so these are projects that, you know, that were, you know, because we're still small, and this is a little secret, you know, where the one-on-one mentorship of professors is easily doable, you know. Not that other majors do that too, but I think we do it quite well.
And I want to add one more thing. You know, for so long I grew up in Sri Lanka, right? And I didn't have the same connection with, like, for example, Indian people or Bangladesh people or Pakistan people until I actually took this major. Like, I realized, like, there's a history, like we're all somehow connected. Like, you know, like, it's interesting, you know. And and I want to really thank the MESA program, because I feel like it's inclusive. You know, I remember coming to UC Davis, and I didn't even meet any Sri Lankans. Like, I don't even think we even have like any Sri Lankan anything. But this program really makes me feel like I could come back here and talk to, you know, the major advisors or, you know, anybody from the major program. So thank you for that.
No, I think that's a very important point. Even if we come from a particular region, we don't often know all the nation states that are around us. And even if from within a nation state, we don't know about people who live in different corners. I mean, India is more than 1/3 the size of the United States. Think about, you know, how many different kinds of people come from Iran, you know, You know, even Pakistan has so many different areas. You know, some are much closer to Punjab, and they're part of the Pakistani Punjab, much closer to the Punjab in both the countries. You know, and there's some people are much closer to the people in Afghanistan because they're on the northwest frontier. So there's, how would you know these things, you know, if you don't actually explore that region, you know, in a different context? And you know, one of the things about the MESA program is that a lot of our faculty are also, you know, multilingual experts who speak like 4 or 5 different languages, you know, which is one of our strengths, and which is the reason why I think the MESA, the languages within MESA is a very good idea. Mm-hmm. And so, so that's another very important part of the experience of the major, where you get to explore through language and through training in language, you know, the windows to culture. And if you go for study abroad, or one of these days, you know, we'll be able to do that again. And, you know, then you'll find that your immersion in language becomes a huge advantage at opening up doors to you culturally, and also, you know, in terms of your career.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And we also offer courses, you know, that are more seminar-based courses. So if there's a topic that students are really interested in and wanting to learn more, we've definitely opened up opportunities for students to learn about those topics. So our set of courses that you'll see on our MESA website is a good example of what we offer, but sometimes we'll offer special seminar courses to really dive into a topic too.
Exactly.
That's something that you won't necessarily see on our website. So it's good to know the faculty, to let them know what you're interested in, because that information does come back to us, so we can better plan for classes and have a better experience for you all. All right, are there any questions from anyone in the question and answer?
I haven't seen any questions, but one question we get a lot, and maybe you've covered this, but if anyone is new in the session, what does double majoring look like? Are a lot of your students either double majors, or maybe they, you know, they enroll in the MESA program, but then they add something else, or they find you once they're, I think RK, you said you added the major, right? Is that right?
So I actually came in with the Middle East and South Asian major.
Okay.
Yeah, and I added political science like my 3rd year.
Okay.
And I think the reason why I was able to, you know, easily do a double major was because when I was living in Sri Lanka, I went to Sri Lankan college, so they gave me a certificate basically saying that I have the language requirement done. So when I came here, I didn't have to do the language requirement. Instead, I had to fulfill that 30 units that I missed from the MESA major. So I basically took the political science major and fulfilled that 30 units, so that way, you know, I save time, and, you know, it's more efficient.
Yeah, we also have students who still do a language on campus as well. So a lot of students in our Arabic program. We've had some students through Hindi, Urdu, and Persian too, more specifically who tend to, you know, add the major. So even if you don't necessarily go into the language the first year, you could start your 2nd year for most of our languages. Arabic is the only one where we offer up until advanced. And then Hindi, Urdu, Hebrew, and Persian, we offer elementary and intermediate. So that's 2 years of a foreign language right there. So unless you're considering an Arabic minor, which takes more time, most language classes are going to be about 1 to 2 years anyway. So if you're interested in that, then definitely you still have time, even if you don't pursue it your first year.
Great. I had one more question for RK. I heard at the beginning you mentioned, I think you said you did an internship through the DC program. Is that right?
Right.
Do you want to talk a little bit about that experience, how you found it, what it was, what you did, and maybe what, you know, your one big takeaway from doing an experience like that?
I mean, for me personally, it changed my life because, you know, going to Washington, D.C., it was my 2nd time going to Washington, D.C. because of, you know, my father was part of a hunger strike against the Sri Lankan government. So when I was 4 years old, I went to Washington, D.C. when I was 4 years old, and I went back to Washington, D.C. when I was 19 years old. When I went back, I did like a lot of community organizing work, looking into the wealth gap in America, how like a lot of minorities are disproportionately excluded from economic prosperity. So this internship was done through the Washington UC Davis Washington program. So they helped me get an internship, and my boss who hired me actually told me that the reason why they hired me was because I had an interesting major. It's called Middle East and South Asian Studies, and they hired me on the spot because it was interesting, and I was able to work on like collecting data in Baltimore area in terms of like low-income communities, helping them connect with banks, and basically providing more funding. And that experience really helped me get involved in certain activism, and that led me to get involved in politics and like being more involved. So that wouldn't happen if it weren't for the Middle East and South Asian Studies, because I would never gotten that job. So
wow,
yeah.
I mean, I can tell you lots of other stories of students. I have one student who came to me saying that what were the Christians doing during the independence movement in India? The Indian Christians ended up an honors thesis. She did a minor in Mesa, I think, and then went back to school teaching for 5 years, and now she's finishing a master's as a combined program through Columbia University and I think London School of Economics, and she's going to come back to graduate school. We have Samantha Afridi, I think, who went back to Afghanistan to do social work, our Mesa major. I have a couple of people I know went and did work in India through the Tata Institute of Social Sciences and did like internships over there. And then ended up one going to graduate school, actually a PhD in Columbia University in anthropology. Another person, I think, who went to become a lawyer. I mean, there's so many stories about people who find Mesa. I mean, it happens with other majors too, but I think what RK said is very interesting. People just, oh, what is this? Middle East, South Asia.
Yeah. And in fact, I know this professor, her name is Nicole Thangaratnam. She actually told me that, she did, I think she also did like, she studied Hindi. So that really helped her like get a job.
Right.
So that was
language. Language is always very, very. It's a great tool.
Yeah.
To have in your pocket, and that's what I think we always have always emphasized.
Well, we're down to our last minute or so. So Michelle, do you have anything else to add, or Shudita or RK? Maybe just mention your website, if students want to contact you with any further questions.
Yep, the websites are the Michelle. All our emails are there. Feel free to write to us. Mm-hmm. Michelle, do you want to say something about our first year program class that we are planning?
Oh yeah, so definitely be on the lookout for our first year seminar in Aggie Connection that we're hoping to offer in fall of next year. So you'll probably hear more about the first year seminars through your experience on Aggie Live. So definitely take a look and look out for us. Probably over the summer, it will be submitted. So that will be an opportunity for you to kind of dip your toes in the water of what is Mesa and learn a little bit more about our major.
I think we're gonna call it something like Explore Middle East, South Asia or something like that.
Yeah. And we are also available for advising. So if you are interested in the major, want to know how it would work with another major, I'm available at all times pretty much to be able to help you with that. So all of our contact information is on our website if you would like to give me a call or email, and we can make an appointment to go over that.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you.
And thanks to both the Marks, and thanks to everybody. Thanks, RK. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Bye. Thanks, Michelle.
Bye.
All right. So we're going to turn it over to Mandy. And the Marine and Coastal Science group. They're coming up next at 5 o'clock. So hopefully we've got some people joining us to learn more about the Marine and Coastal Science program. Mandy, I made you a host. So if you want to, do you have a presentation or anything, slides or anything, or are you just going to field questions?
Just questions.
Just field questions? Okay, perfect. Hi, Anne.
Hi, Mark. It's been a really long time.
It's so long. I miss you.
I miss you too. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Good.
Have you taken advantage of your pool yet?
I have been in the pool. I jumped in yesterday, actually. All right, guys. So the Q&A feature is open. So if you're joining us just now, we are starting the Marine and Coastal Science session of the Majors Fair. So if you have questions, you click on that Q&A link down at the bottom of your screen and submit any questions you might have. Let me make sure that everybody who is on panel, actually, you know what? I'm going to switch it. So now do you all see each other, or are you looking at just me? Hopefully our guests are now seeing a grid view of you since I just switched.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay, perfect. Good.
This is Ellie Fairbairn, and I can't turn on my video.
Oh, all right. Let me see what I can do, Ellie.
All right.
Did that work?
It did. Thank you.
There you are. There you are. Okay. Let's see. We have a few people still joining us. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves, and then I will know who we're missing?
I got, I think, almost everybody.
Okay.
From the panelists, lots of folks here. So I'll kick off introductions.
Yep.
My name is Mandy Rousseau, and I am the major advisor for the Marine and Coastal Science major here. So my job is to help students with everything, with their major, their classes and requirements, getting involved and connected as well, and helping you reach your goals. And I'm going to keep that short so that we can have all our fantastic panelists introduce themselves briefly also.
I'll just jump in. I'm John Lagier. I'm an oceanographer, Professor at Davis, and I'm based out at Bodega Marine Lab, one of the advisors for the Marine and Coastal Sciences.
I'm Rick Grossberg. I'm a marine population genetics person. I am director of the Coastal and Marine Sciences Institute and a professor of evolution and ecology.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ann Todgham. I'm another one of the faculty advisors for Marine and Coastal Sciences, and I am a animal physiologist who resides in the Animal Science Department.
Hi, I'm Tessa Hill. I'm also a professor involved in the Marine and Coastal Science major, and I am in the Earth and Planetary Sciences Department and resident at the Marine Lab.
And I'm Brian Gaylord. I'm another one of the advisors for the major, the College of Biological Sciences advisor. I'm a professor in the Department of Evolution and Ecology, and also based out at Bodega Marine Lab. I'm kind of a physically minded marine ecologist.
My name is Ellie Fairbairn, and I work out at Bodega Marine Lab, and one of my jobs is to help undergraduates get out to BML, mostly for our summer classes that we typically offer every summer. So as you guys get into your major and have questions about coming out to the Marine Lab, I am your contact person.
I'm Michael. I'm a fourth-year Marine and Coastal Science major, and I'm happy to be here, and I can answer any questions that anybody may have from an undergraduate student.
I'm Jonathan. I'm a fourth-year Marine Coastal Science student as well, and welcome to Davis and fire away with questions.
Hi, I'm Sammy. I'm a third-year MCS major as well, and I am in the School of Biological Sciences.
All right, that's everybody. So we got a lot of folks here to answer questions. And I do want to also say that we decided we wanted to talk to you more. So we're going to also be available to chat with prospective students this Friday at 4 o'clock. If you are an admitted student, you have received a link for that. And if you're prospective, please feel free to reach out so that we can make sure you can have more chances to talk to all of us. My name is right there, Mandy Rousseau, and you can find me on our website to learn how to get access to that Zoom meeting on Friday as well.
All right. Can I kick us off with a question?
Yeah.
Great. So do you want to cover maybe the differences between the MCS major under the 3 colleges? So maybe talk about marine and coastal science and what it means in the College of Letters and Science versus biological sciences versus agricultural and environmental sciences.
I'll get this started and then I can throw it to the actual marine scientists in the room. Basically, students each choose a different focus area in the marine and coastal science major, and uniquely, that places you in one of 3 different colleges. So when you're admitted, you'll see you're in the College of Biological Sciences, or Agricultural and Environmental Sciences, or Letters and Science. And you can change your focus area. You're not, having to stay in that college, but we want to let you know about all the different focus areas that you can do in this major, so that when you graduate, you have a little bit of depth in one particular area, as well as breadth of all areas of marine science. So I want to let some of the faculty and students talk about their focus areas and the different things you can learn in this major.
I think what's I guess really exciting about the Marine and Coastal Sciences major is that it is a really interdisciplinary major, and that's sort of reflected in the fact that our students are across 3 of the big colleges on campus. And I think what also is unique is that we're a small major, right? So there's a small group of us, and the experiences that you have in the major allow you to go out to the Bodega Marine Lab and conduct research. And that's available to all of the students in all of the different focus areas. So the focus areas, focus in on particular aspects of marine science. But I think what's great about the major is that all the students in all the colleges have very, very similar experiences, and maybe the coursework that you drill down on might be a little bit more specific if you're in, let's say, the coastal processes major or the environmental chemistry focus area. Both of those are in the College of Ag and Environmental Sciences, compared to if you're in one of the other focus areas. So I'm wondering, Mark, if we have any specific questions, because I think what we're really hoping is that you all can take advantage of the fact that we have a lot of really excited faculty that are here who love our students in the Marine and Coastal Science major, and you have 3 great undergraduates that can tell you what it's like, who are in the thick of it. I guess Sammy's more in the thick of it, and Jonathan and Michael are getting excited because the end is near.
Can I just say something really quickly about the Coastal Marine Sciences Institute and its role in the Marine and Coastal Sciences major and the Marine and Coastal Sciences community at UC Davis? And as many of you know, and people have asked, why does UC Davis have a marine science program? It's in the middle of the Central Valley, and it's not just because we're anticipating sea level rise and eventually Davis will be the coast, but it's because we've had for almost 45 years a major coastal research facility, the Bodega Marine Laboratory, and its Bodega Marine Reserve, the natural reserve that is over 350 acres that encompasses this incredible habitat that you guys can see behind me. And that's been part of UC Davis since the early 1980s. And it's the major coastal research facility we have. But in addition, on campus, there are almost 90 faculty members who identify as marine scientists, social scientists, natural scientists, the full range of expertise in marine science. John, coastal oceanography; Tessa, paleobiogeochemist; Brian, who's sitting next to Tessa, a marine functional biologist and a marine physiological ecologist and so on and so forth. So there's an enormous amount of expertise, and the Coastal Marine Sciences Institute was established to bring together this incredibly diverse and distributed community of marine scientists on the main campus and Bodega Marine Laboratory together, and at the same time unify academic programs at the undergraduate and graduate level in coastal and marine science, including our undergraduate major, and provide a home for you guys, a gathering place, a community, some support for activities that you might have. And so there is a really nice conference facility on campus that anyone and everyone is welcome to use. We have a number of activities both on campus and at Bodega Marine Laboratory that the faculty at Bodega and people like Ellie help to coordinate. And I think the undergraduates who are here, who are at various stages in completing the degree, can speak to, at least if not our total success at creating that community, our really undying commitment to engage you guys in the community and have you guys build it. That's all I wanted to say.
So we do have some questions coming in. This is for the students to start. The question is, where did you guys start? So when you got to campus, did you enroll in the MCS major? Which college were you in? So what did that trajectory look like for you? John, do you want to start?
I guess I'll start. So I actually came in as an MCS major in the same focus I am now, which is the coastal environmental processes focus in the College of Ag. And throughout the time, initially when I came in, I was unsure about whether I want to be in this focus or not. But I've realized that throughout time, as I took more courses, this is the focus I want to be in. And if you come in as one focus, you don't necessarily have to stay in the focus itself. I've known past students who've changed focuses in their third year and still graduate on time because this major is so interdisciplinary, and you will take classes with other focuses as well.
I didn't actually come in as an MCS major, but that's another story. But when I did decide on becoming marine and coastal science, to me it was very clear that I wanted to do the biological science route. It's titled Marine Ecology and Organismal Bio, and that was mostly because of all the classes that I could take. Classes in invertebrate zoology, we have a class on campus that goes over fish ecology and biology. More classes that are based around the organisms themselves and the ecology behind them. And I knew that's what I wanted to do. But even then, taking all those focus classes, I still get a lot of background in more of the marine geology and more of the physical and chemical aspects of oceanography. And so you do get a lot of everything, even if you do select to focus on one emphasis over the other. And I'm not super versed in all the other emphasis, but I know that the biological route has been really fun and really interesting. And even when I'm taking the courses that are not focused on my emphasis, I've really enjoyed all the aspects of being in the major, especially because of the faculty. I've had a lot of the professors that you see here, and all the professors in the marine and coastal science are very passionate about what they do. There isn't that many the classes that are offered are smaller, and they tend to be more immersive. You get to know your professor very well, and you get to know the people around you very well. And so it's not going to be one of those classes large, not always the largest lectures. And so it's in a way more intimate, and it kind of gets you to really not only learn the material, but understand why it's super important, and really be passionate about what you're learning and what you're discussing with your peers.
Sammy, did you have anything to add about your journey?
Yeah, I'll add on to that. I'm also a bioemphasis like Michael, and like him, I came in as a actually came in as an animal science and management major in my freshman year, and I switched in my third quarter in Davis because I didn't know that there was an MCS major available. And after taking a few classes, I didn't think animal science was the focus I wanted to go into. And I asked around and I contacted Mandy about it, and she explained a lot of the major to me. And it seemed like something very interesting to me because I'm sure a lot of you, when you sign up, you're thinking, how does Davis have an MCS program? What are the resources available? Because we're 2 miles inland, but it's kind of hard. It's not like readily available that it's kind of hard to explain. Like we have a satellite campus, and we have a lot of resources there, which are amazing. And there's plenty of faculty, as we've talked about on campus, who can help you out with that. And building off what Michael's saying with the MCS major, you do get a great breadth of understanding about the other majors as well. So me and Michael focus on biological processes, but we take a lot of oceanographic classes, which is more of what Jonathan focuses on. And I'm starting to do those, and it's really nice because you get a really well-rounded idea of the field. And as John has said, if there's a certain thing, certain focus that you enjoy more than another one, you can always change into that focus. And the majors are fairly similar. So it's not too much of a burden to change if you feel like another focus sparks your interest later on in your career.
Maybe the Bodega folks, John and Ellie and Brian and Tessa, could also say a little bit of something about the programs that are linked at Bodega Marine Laboratory to support the major. Or you guys could too, whoever wants to speak to that program. It's a little bit in a state of suspension because of the COVID-19 closure of, in-person teaching and experiential research, but go ahead.
I think one of the themes that you've already heard from the students, but which resonates with me, is the smaller courses and the ability of the faculty to get to know the students as individuals. It's one of the things we really pride ourselves on in this major. And I'm just looking at the people on the call. For example, I've had, and not all right now, but I've had or am teaching now all of the students that are here representing the undergraduate folks on this call. So, and that's spanned a couple of years. And I think that's probably typical of many of the faculty that are on this call here, is that we really get to know our students, both sort of intellectually in the courses, but also as individuals and as humans. And that's really valuable to me personally, and I think to many of the other faculty here.
I'll just add on that one of the unique aspects of this major is that it requires both a field experience where you are actually at the ocean at some point in the major, and it requires a mentored research or internship experience. And not all of the students do those two things at Bodega Marine Lab, but many of our students come to the Marine Lab for the summer, and we have a whole suite of really vibrant options to take during the summer, and you live at the Marine Lab during the summer in our housing. And you can knock off several of the requirements for the major in terms of courses, but also do that field requirement and the research or internship requirement at the same time. And as Brian and others have pointed out, those courses tend to be small. We get to know students really well. I also have had all these students in my classes, and we get to do mentored research experiences with all of the MCS students across the suite of marine faculty. And so I think that Ellie might want to say more about sort of the full program at BML, but that's certainly something that I feel like is a highlight of the major.
Yeah, we offer a whole range of classes, as they've said, and they're all hands-on and they're all really interactive. And the experience of being at the Marine Lab is very special too. So having that incorporated into your major is a very lucky and unique thing. So there's 2 summer sessions at UC Davis, and during summer session 1, we have courses that are very research focused. Students design their own research projects. And in summer session 2, it's a whole suite of classes, almost like an a la carte menu, where you can choose from all of these faculty you have before you right now and more, and take a wide range of different classes that apply to your major. And again, small classes, lots of interaction, very hands-on. So it's a unique experience and really valuable to come out to the Marine Lab.
I see some more questions there, so I'm not going to add to that.
Yeah, we do have some questions. One that actually came through by email that I wanted to ask, and I think Tessa, you may have just touched on this a little bit about faculty mentorship. What does that look like? What does the relationship between undergrads and faculty look like? This question specifically asked about women of color, or maybe just underrepresented in general.
It's a great question. I mean, I think this has been touched on in other answers, but the major is fairly small. And so there's a lot of faculty-student interaction and faculty-student mentorship. And there is a requirement that you do at some point an experience that's either an internship or a research project. And the reason why it can be one or the other is that we're really interested in students having a mentored experience that guides them towards their next career step. And so we're interested in students talking with us about what they want to do next, and then we develop a project or an internship around that. And I would say the major, like Davis itself, is a fairly diverse student body. And so some of our students might be able to speak to this, but I do think we have good success in mentoring underrepresented groups in both research and in internships, and that's definitely top of mind for us in terms of providing supportive mentorship to a diverse range of students.
Great, thank you for that. What does maybe the first year of coursework look like compared to, you know, second, third, fourth year? Like what does that look like for a new student? Are they going to be, you know, what is a typical year one look like compared to when do they get to start taking the really interesting upper division, you know, get out at BML? Like when does that kick in for students in general?
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and take this one. Part of how we started out by talking about how it's flexible to choose your focus area is because for the first 2 years, you're taking the general preparatory science coursework, and that is common to all of the focus areas, more or less. So you take chemistry, biology, math, and physics for about 2 years, along with your non-science general education coursework. And it's a nice mix, and it allows you a lot of time to explore, join the club, meet people. We're hoping to establish, and we've done this a little bit in the past, but some ways to experience some of this stuff before you get to your junior and senior year. So maybe some field trips out to Bodega Marine Lab, and we've got the Marine Science Club as well. So unfortunately, there's not a lot of marine specific classes you get to take in your first couple of years, and maybe the students can talk about ways that they did get to explore and build that community. And we are thinking of ways to build a more formal mentorship program and, like I said, some trips out to Bodega Marine Lab. And then in that third and fourth year, that's when you're doing your more specific upper division, both your focus area classes and still some classes that are common to all of the focus areas to give you that breadth. So I'm going to leave it there and see if any students want to talk about, maybe we segued a little into community or how you get to have a marine experience early on as well as later on.
I can give a little insight to that. So like Mandy said, there's a lot, it's kind of hard to find classes that are marine based solely in undergrad, but there are two which are pretty good. I think one's Geology 16 and the other one's EVE 12. And those are very marine focused. And it's a good way to just kind of get a taste of the upper division coursework that you'll get to do later on. If you want to get involved, there's always opportunities for freshmen and sophomore. We have sometimes they run it during spring quarter. They do it's like a carpool once a week to Bodega, and it's a 1-day internship, and you work with a lab there. It's fairly entry level stuff, but you get to go out to the lab, you get to see the different things that's going on out there, and if you have time in your schedule to do it, I thought it was a great opportunity. It really got my foot in the door. It was the first time I came out to BML. I actually worked with the reserve staff out there, and I got to know a lot of faculty, and it really inspired me to come back the next summer and take some classes there to get to know people better. And I was going to progress to the point where I take the summer classes this year, but that has to be put on hold for now. But y'all will get a chance to do it, I'm sure, when your time comes, which is usually going to be after your third year. You'll do the summer program, Bodega. And then your fourth year is going to be when you do a lot of those focus classes that Mandy was talking to. But you can also take some in your third year if you have the prereqs for it.
Yeah, kind of picking back on Tammy. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of marine focus classes in the first 2 years, but there are other ways you can get involved. There is, like Mandy said, there is a marine science club, or if you want to go scuba diving, there is also a scuba club as well on campus. They take people out and get certified. Usually, it's out in Monterey, so that's a fun experience to kind of get to know the community a little bit. And yeah, it's unfortunate you don't really get to get that bond until the junior or senior year, until you get to BML and start taking those focus classes. But there are also other ways. There are also laboratories on campus that focus on marine work, not necessarily going out into sea, but doing those work as well on campus. You could join them and get some good experience as well.
You know, one thing I should add as I'm listening to this is we do live stream all the Bodega Marine Laboratory seminars back to the conference room on the main campus in the Coastal and Marine Sciences Institute. And all of you who are Marine and Coastal Sciences undergraduates are always welcome to join us. There are always cold drinks, there's some junk food, and there's some good conversation surrounding the talk and following the talk. So feel free to do that. And also, if you all have ideas for the better ways we can engage first and second year students in the community activities besides, you know, coming to the seminars and joining them remotely, let us know and let's get that going.
Yeah, I guess on that note, I'll add that what I think, and I think these students could probably speak to this, this is a massive campus. And if you look at the numbers, you think, my goodness, I'm just going to be one of X tens of thousands of students, but it doesn't feel like that at Davis. Davis actually feels like a really nice, small community. And I think in part it's because students engage in kind of different teams, clubs, associations right off the bat and form these sort of tight-knit communities that make Davis feel, or the UC Davis campus feel much smaller than it is. And so as part of the major, Mandy along with the advisors, but it's largely led by Mandy, does a number of events throughout the year where we're trying to make sure that you don't have to wait until your third year to make connections with other MCS majors. And I know they try hard to put MCS majors together in residences now when you come and you're in housing. And we try to hook you into the community right off the bat because we want to get you involved right away so that you don't miss out on opportunities to get some marine science experience right away.
And I want to add to that one more thing to that is that the Marine Science Club is the goal of the club is to get all those first and second years to get to know not only juniors and seniors but each other. I know that being a fourth year and thinking back to my first 2 years, like I didn't even know there was there was MCS majors. I didn't know that there was a major till my second year, me, Jonathan, and I, and a few other people have been working together to try and create a presence of that club that brings all the individuals of that major together, because we're all over the place, but we don't see each other very often. And so if, you know, and when you come in fall, I'd say like keep an eye out for that, because the goal of the club is to make sure that, you know, we get to know each other, because when you get to know who else is in your major, it makes it a lot more interesting. You make friends and you bounce off ideas. And I know that I've gotten a lot of experiences here with the MCS major because of who I've met and the people involved in the major before I even, you know, switched over to it.
Awesome. You guys have been great. We are sadly out of time. I know this was really, really, really quick and we had a lot of ground to cover in only 30 minutes. But I so much appreciate all of you for participating. Thank you, panelists. Wait, I'm gonna turn my video on so I can give you the clap. Thank you, panelists. Thank you for joining us today. And for the students who came in for the Marine and Coastal Sciences majors, definitely reach out to us, reach out to Mandy. I know a lot of these folks are available to answer your questions. I think Rick mentioned it already, but make sure that you reach out if you have questions or if you just want to learn more about the major before you decide.
And
All right?
feel free, if you will, Mandy will provide the information online, there you are, Mandy. And you'll send out a notice to everybody about the URL to join a Zoom conference on Friday afternoon, this Friday afternoon from 4 to 5. Many of us will be there, I hope, and we'll have a little more time to answer your questions. We can make it a conversation among all of us. The webinar is not, format in Zoom is not incredibly well focused to people engaging each other and talking over and with each other. But the format that we'll use, the standard Zoom format, which we'll use on Friday, will allow everybody to have their microphones on and talk with each other and ask questions in real time rather than using the chat format or the Q&A format. Okay, thank you everybody. Thanks for joining us. We hope you come.
Welcome to UC Davis. Yeah, welcome to Davis.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right. So let's switch gears over to Julie. Let me bring Julie in. There she is.
Hello.
Hi,
Sorry, I
Julie.
zoomed on the last meeting there.
It's all right.
And yesterday's
Okay,
meeting.
Julie, you are representing the art history, music, theater, and dance.
That
Is that right?
That is correct.
Perfect. All right. So I'm gonna switch over here so that you're focused. So for our guests, our attendees, I'll let Julie introduce herself. But I'll remind everybody that we do have questions through the Q&A feature. So make sure you click the Q&A box to ask us questions. We will be answering those as we go. But we are recording the session. And so what you hear, what you see will be available online once we wrap all of this up, okay? Julie, why don't you introduce yourself, tell us who you are, what you do, the majors you represent, what you love about them, maybe one thing that you love about the campus, and then we'll start answering some questions, okay?
Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Julie McGilwright, and I advise students who are majoring in theater and dance, music, and art history. Those are my primary areas. I also advise students in design. So what I love about working in the arts is I originally went to college as an art major myself, and eventually I switched majors, which is very common for first-year students and second-year students. However, I really love working in the arts group environment, working with creative people and our creative faculty. I think what I love about UC Davis is that UC Davis really gives students a chance to explore. If you're thinking about, maybe adding a second major or changing your major, we completely support that. And then also what I love about UC Davis, there's some really, really great resources. So I always like to talk about careers because my background is also career advising. And I have career guides for all the students in the arts. So if you're kind of curious right now going, what would I do with this major? That's a question that I love to answer for students. So that can also be part of our academic advising sessions. But in the meantime, I also want to introduce, our departments, answer any questions you have. And Mark, do I have the ability to share my screen? I think you're muted.
There we go.
Okay.
I have given you co-host ability, so now you should be able to share your screen if you've got something to show folks.
Great. Okay. So what I would like to do is introduce to you our website. So the arts group, our website is arts.ucdavis.edu. And here on our website, you can explore more about your major. There's a box for theater and dance, music, and art history. And if you click on this box, it'll take you to the department website where you can find out more about the major. If you scroll down, you can find out more about faculty. Here's a career guide for art history, annual events, alumni, our social media page. And then every one of these department websites has a link for academics. And so if you would like to, you can explore more about what courses are included in each major. There's curriculum and course advice. There's more about the undergraduate program. You can review major requirements, access the general catalog to find more information about specific course topics. So here's art history. I also like to highlight two people. I think it's really great that you can view who our faculty are. Just click on their name and you can review faculty and what their background is and what they teach. So that's art history. And then if we go back down here, click over to theater and dance. Theater and dance usually has 2 main stage productions every year and smaller productions with the opportunities for students to get involved on stage and behind the scenes. Here in academics, you can find the information on courses, more information about the undergraduate program. Here's our advising group, an honors project. And then music, I'll just briefly review the music website. Once again, information on music. Topics we like to highlight on the webpage. More on academics, we can find out more about music lessons, instruments, the undergraduate program. We have 3 tracks of music, and there are various ensembles too. Students do not need to be a music major or a theater and dance major in order to get involved. Anyone on campus can audition for theater and dance productions, such as plays or dance productions. And anyone on campus is welcome to join a music ensemble too. Some ensembles require an audition and some do not. So these are our 3 websites for each department, and then there are also the other majors in the arts have that as well. So just want to introduce our website. Okay.
Perfect. So I want to remind everybody that the Q&A feature is open, and if you see questions in there that you have that other people have already asked, go ahead and thumbs up it so it stays at the top. But let's jump into some of these questions. All right, you ready, Julie?
Okay, should I just start at the top? Let's go with the earliest ones. Here we go.
Yeah.
What are orchestra auditions like? Orchestra auditions, here you go. Anytime you want to audition for an ensemble, I'll go ahead and share my screen again. You can actually look up on the music department website, and you can look at ensembles, and then here with the ensembles, you can choose, let's see, there's Baroque Orchestra, and then there's, where is it here? Symphony Orchestra. Here in the ensembles list, it actually gives you the details of what you would be required to do for each audition. So usually the information is posted at the beginning of every quarter. They will post information on what you need to audition. Here you go, auditions. And looks like they need to update it here. Not updated, but it will be updated before the beginning of fall quarter. So it gives you information on auditions, and then you can schedule a time too. I think it's about a 10-minute audition. And they ask you to, you have to bring your own instrument and play a piece. So I'm not sure exactly what pieces they'll ask you to play, but that is one example. So you can look at the other ensembles too and see what those auditions would be like, such as the Baroque Orchestra. They might have more information there, more specific. So you can see who the director of each orchestra is. Enrollment, this would be 1 unit. And then audition information will be posted at the beginning of the quarter. Okay, next question. Where are theater and dance performances held and who attends these performances? Great question. Theater and dance performances are held in many different places on campus. Theater and dance performances primarily, I'll go to resources here, our production performance venues, here we go, are primarily in the main stage theater. So when we talk about the theater and dance department, I always think of the main theater in Wyatt Hall. So Wyatt Pavilion Theater is our biggest theater. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of it. It's not helping us really much, but basically there's the main stage theater, which is the big building next to where the classes are held. We also have a smaller theater called the Wyatt Pavilion. It's really interesting. It used to be the used to be the cow auction barn back in the day. And it's Elizabethan, type theater in the round. And then we also have the Della Davidson Performance Studio Hall and Hickey Gym. So most of our productions are held in the main stage theater and the Wyatt Pavilion Theater. The main stage theater has a brand new floor that supports not only performances for theater performances, but also dance. And then it has a new lighting and rigging system as well. Okay, how many students from the theater and dance major? Theater and dance major tends to host around 100 students, give or take, 10, maybe 15 each year. Similar, the music major is similar, where it's around 80 to 100 students. And art history tends to run about 70, around 70, 75-ish. So what's really great about our departments is that the smaller number of units in the major allows each student to really get a lot of attention from faculty. Faculty will get to know your name, and they will, I'll stop the screen. Faculty will get to know you by name, by first name, and they'll get to know you just from, having you in class and working on projects and whatnot. So you get a lot of attention from our faculty, so. Okay, what internships and job opportunities are available for performing arts majors, either on campus or in nearby towns? That's a great question. I actually have a list. So I'm not going to put the list right now, but for every major, I can show you one for art history. On the art history website, you can access this list. I worked with a faculty member in creating this career brochure. So for every major, for music, for theater and dance, and for art history, we actually have a list of internships students have completed for course credit. Now, this is not an extensive list of all the opportunities, because what happens sometimes is that students will complete internships. I scrolled right by it here. Students will complete internships, however, they do not always file for course credit. So let's see here, I think this one, maybe this document doesn't have the internship listed. But if you're interested in a list of internships that are on campus or the surrounding area of Davis or Sacramento, please do contact me and I'm happy to share that list with you. The university allows students to gain course credit for an internship after they've completed 84 units. So once you're junior standing, you can apply for your internship to count for course credit. Okay, let's see, how rigorous would you say your music department is? It does help to come in with some knowledge of music, maybe having already had 3 to 10 or more years of, am I still sharing the screen? No. It does help to come in to the music major and have had some experience already with music. How rigorous is it? You're going to learn advanced music theory more than you would probably learn at a high school level, and musicianship. Also, students in the music major are required to complete 1 year music lessons, and then you have the option to complete music lessons for your third, fourth, and your second, third, and fourth year, and then also participate in ensembles. I think it's just as rigorous as other majors when it comes to demanding your time and what you're learning. The The music department does like to say it's not a conservatory. We're not going to ask students to practice every day because we realize you have other obligations to meet, such as, you know, completing general education credits, and we want you to socialize with your friends and be involved, you know, in campus or the community if you want to complete internships or, you know, take time off during the summer. So it is, I would say it's not rigorous, you know, where it's a conservatory, but you do, you're encouraged to practice your instrument, and the music building and the new Ann E. Pitzer Center, which is our music hall, they do have practice rooms for students. So you can store your instrument, you know, in the music building. We have storage for instruments, and then also you can reserve practice rooms. So next question, is there a pit orchestra? Not that I know of. I do know in theater sometimes we do have an orchestra in the pit during productions, but also what we have in the music department, we have the opportunity for students to get involved in smaller ensembles. So if you don't want to play in a really big UC Davis orchestra in the campus symphony orchestra, you can also participate in smaller ensembles, and the smaller ensembles is where you can work in small groups, like anywhere from 3 to 10 students. But I'm not sure that I've never heard of there being a pit orchestra. The city of Davis does have a musical theater group, and we did have a student who graduated last year who was part of the Davis Musical Theater, and he played in the pit orchestra for that theater. So there's an opportunity for you if you're interested in that. So, okay, let's see. Let me go down a little more on the 8 questions here. Why don't theater and dance students perform at the Mondavi Center? The Mondavi Center, I have not seen theater and dance performances there because we have the main stage theater primarily, and the main stage theater and all of our productions require student participation. So not only are performances held, you know, productions and dance performances held in the main stage theater in Wyatt, but also people, you know, there are students on stage, there are also students backstage. So being in our own theater setup allows us to train students and to have students participating in what's going on behind the scenes. We need students to be dressers and crew, maybe moving sets around. We also have a great scene shop and a costume shop. So students are required in the major to participate in these production units, which is, you know, working in the scene shop, building scenery, or the costume shop, or performing on stage. And so all those different elements of putting on a production are completely student run with faculty or visiting artists as directors for each production. So that's why we like to use our own facilities. Mondavi Center, that would be really grand if we could have a show there. I do know music performs at the Mondavi Center. At the end of the quarter, the symphony orchestra and the choir, I believe, performs there. So, okay, let's see. How often, let's see, I'm done with that one. How often do music ensembles have the opportunity to perform outside of school? You know, we do get calls from the community for students to come perform at local community events during the academic year. We get offers from different departments on campus that would like a music ensemble to perform. I get sometimes emails from people saying, hey, we're having a 50th wedding anniversary, we'd like a student ensemble. The department does not provide those activities, such as for students to perform outside of off campus, but they do provide at the end of every quarter, every ensemble has a performance on campus. Mainly it's in our Ann E. Pitzer Center. So our Ann E. Pitzer Center is our new music hall where all of the ensemble performances at the end of the quarter are recorded. So we share them on YouTube, so you can share them with your parents, your family, and friends. Yeah, so sometimes there are opportunities to perform off campus. And if I get those opportunities, such as if someone contacts me and says, hey, I'd like to hire a student, or I'd like a performance ensemble to play in an event, then I'll send that out to the student listserv. So, okay, let's see. What study abroad experiences are available Can you make your own program, or do you have to choose from a set list? That's a great question. UC Davis does have a really great global studies website. Look up UC Davis Global Studies. And so for each major, there are definitely opportunities for you to either, go abroad and attend study abroad classes that are taught by our faculty from our departments, or to attend a whole nother university. We don't have those listed specifically on our websites, but you can find the Global Studies website, you can find study abroad opportunities that are held, specifically for students in the music major, for theater and dance, and for art history. Let me know if there's a specific major that you're looking for study abroad opportunities, and I can forward you the link. You're welcome to email me, and I'll show you my contact information. So. I want to mention too, study abroad could be like a summer abroad program. It could also just be a quarter abroad, or it could be a whole year abroad when you enroll in a whole nother university. So, okay, let's see. I'm interested in learning a new instrument, want to get more training with singing, but I'm not a music major. Is this possible? Yes. We have professional music teachers that do lead voice lessons or instruments. And what they do is they do give priority to students who are majors, and then they do allow time to teach students who are non-music majors. Oftentimes when I look at the list of for our music teachers, and if I look at the list, I'd say usually about half the students that they work with are non-majors. So you can take music lessons at UC Davis. You can enroll in the corresponding 2-unit course, but you do have to pay for music lessons. So if you want to take voice lessons for 1 quarter, the fee is $240. And you get a total of 5 hours of lessons. So it's 30 minutes each week for $240. Okay. Who goes to theater and dance performances? Oh, that's another question I missed. Yeah, so theater and dance performances, we do invite everyone on campus to attend. Theater and dance performances are also advertised in our local newspaper, the Davis Enterprise, and online and social media outlets. So we get people from all over the region attending our performances, not just UC Davis students. We invite the public as well. So, and you're welcome to invite your friends and family. Okay, do any music ensembles enter competitions? That I am not aware of. No, I can't think of any music ensembles that enter competitions through the department. We do have a cappella groups on campus, and they do enter competitions, or once a year there's an a cappella group on campus that will invite other a cappella groups from other UCs to come and perform. So, okay. Any other questions?
So, hey, Julie, it's Mark. So one question I've gotten a fair amount is, how are the faculty? Are they accessible for your students? How are those relationships built? What kind of, I guess, like, what system is in place for students to go in and talk to faculty, or get to know them, that kind of thing?
Okay, so faculty who teach your courses, or they may be lecturers or student assistants, they're all required to have office hours. So that's part of the requirement. And a lot of them also will accommodate you. They'll meet with you outside their office hours. All you need to do is, show up during their office hours, or just go knock on their door. So faculty really do enjoy meeting students in their classes, getting to know their students. As I mentioned before, all 3 majors are smaller in numbers, less than 100, so they really do get to know you by first name. So in every course syllabus, faculty will post their office hours. So you will know at the beginning of the quarter where their office is located and what hours you're available. And then if say you have a class during faculty office hours, you can't make it, you're welcome to speak with faculty or send them an email and arrange another time to meet with them. In the Department of Theater and Dance, every student who's a second year students, sophomore level in theater and dance, they're actually assigned a faculty advisor. So you meet with the faculty advisor your sophomore year, and that individual can continue to be your mentor until you graduate. In the art history program, we have one faculty advisor, Professor Strasdes. Professor Strasdes has such a great amount of knowledge regarding the art history major, regarding graduate programs, and then if students want to work on an independent study and honors project, she's a great resource for that information. And in the music major, we have Amelia Treese, and Amelia also meets with students one-to-one as the faculty advisor to assist with discovering, different levels of theory, your level of theory knowledge. All students that come into the major the first year in music are required to take a music theory placement test. And so we want to test your level of theory and make sure you get into the right class where it's a comfortable learning experience for you.
Great, great. I feel like I might know the answer to this, but maybe you can help us. Music has a couple of different emphasis areas, is that right? Or concentrations? Did we talk about that already?
Not yet. So music does have 3 tracks, and I'm going to share my screen again, just to clarify. So over here, if I go to the music department website, and I go to academics, undergraduate programs, let me see here. I always kind of forget where, here you go. We have the performance track, the composition track, and the history, theory, ethnomusicology track. For students who wish to follow the performance track, this requires an audition. Usually the audition before a jury will happen at the end of your second year in the major. And we encourage you to begin music lessons your first year and your first quarter at UC Davis, because your music teacher is the individual who helps you prepare for the jury to complete the performance track. The performance track also requires a junior year recital and senior year recital. Then we have the composition track. So if you're interested in learning more about writing music, it is classically based. Our program is classically based. At the end of Music 6C, which is your first year of music theory, you have the opportunity to apply for the composition track. And once again, Professor Palo will support you in learning what you need to know to submit a written composition. Well, not written, there's actually a program online. You can submit a composition to request to be entered into the composition track. So if you're accepted in the composition track, then you're required to submit a junior level composition and senior level composition. Then we have the third track is history, theory, ethnomusicology track, and there's no audition, no requirement to get into this track. Basically, this track has it requires more units that are upper division electives, which are music history or music theory courses. At the end of your college career with the history, theory, ethnomusicology track, students are required to write a research paper and have a 20-minute presentation. So yeah, so those are the 3 tracks in music.
Awesome. So we have time for maybe one more question, and we have one in the Q&A there. So what about backstage or stage management? Any tech opportunities for students in theater and dance?
Yes, there are many opportunities for tech. A course that's required for the major is Drama 28, and Drama 28 basically gives students an introduction to all the tech opportunities in our theater. As I mentioned earlier, we do have a scene shop where we build all the scenery for our stage. We actually have sound and lighting, and let's see, sound and lighting, scene shop, costume shop, yeah. So basically there are tech opportunities not only in the classes. We have a series called the 124 series. And the 124 series is where you can learn those technical aspects and participate in those technical aspects during the production. So as I mentioned earlier, our productions are all led by students. So when you're viewing a theater and dance production, it's a student who has either taken the class or has, just volunteered their time to earn, well, not volunteer time, basically, some do volunteer their time, but they earn units in doing the lighting, the sound, pulling the rigs back behind the stage, designing the scenery, things like that. So for, if you want to become a stage manager, we do have a class called Drama 126, and that's a stage manager class. And so completing that course qualifies you to become an assistant stage manager, a stage manager, or work as an assistant production manager, or become a production manager. And you would work directly with the director for each production.
That's great.
Mm-hmm.
That, I think we are just about out of time. Did you want to show your contact information? I think you mentioned that maybe there was, so students can get back in touch with you if they had any further questions.
Yep, so I'm going to move away from the music department website and go to our homepage, arts.ucdavis.edu. And on our homepage, right here, you can access student advising. And here's our advising team. I work primarily advising students. We also have Barbara Olivier. Barbara is also the backup. She backs up in advising students who are majoring. She's my backup for theater and dance, music and art history as well. And so you can make appointments to meet with us by Zoom or by phone. You can call our office or send an email to meet with us. So we're available for advising Monday through Friday, 9 to 4. We do take an hour, a half hour lunch break. And so if you want to connect with me specifically, here we go. Go to advisors. If you want to send me an email after a meeting today, that's the best way to reach me is by email. Here's my email address, jmcgilvray@ucdavis.edu. Send me an email. We can set up a Zoom appointment. I can send you an invite, or if you just want to talk on the phone, here's my phone number, 530-752-6244.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to turn my video on so that I can give you the round of applause. Thank you, Julie. Thank you so much for participating today. Like I said, if you've got any more questions for Julie, now you know how to contact her. We are recording this session, so feel free to jump back in and look at it again to catch anything that you might have missed the first time. All right, so thanks again, Julie.
Great, welcome everyone, and congratulations on your acceptance to UC Davis.
Awesome, thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, so let's switch gears again. We're going to turn it over to the design team. So let me ask our design colleagues. There's Ariel. And I know we've got a few more people to join. Awesome, there you guys are. Okay, so for anybody in the session, hopefully you're here for design because that's who we've got represented now. Feel free to use the Q&A feature. There's a button down in the bottom of your screen. There we go, that's better. So make sure you ask questions, use that Q&A feature. But to start, I'm gonna turn it over to Ariel. Ariel, do you wanna maybe just introduce yourself and then maybe ask your panelists to do the same? Just tell us who you are, what you do, and maybe what one or two things you like most about UC Davis or find special about UC Davis.
All right, so I'll go ahead and start. My name is Ariel Collitz, and I'm the lead advisor for the design program. I think probably one of my favorite things about UC Davis is what a friendly campus it is. It kind of feels like a place where everyone is approachable. I remember my first couple of years on campus. It's kind of a big campus, and so I had to ask a lot for directions when I was getting around different places, and people were always happy to help me. So that's one of the things that I like the best about campus. Let's go to Mark Kessler next.
Hi, I am Mark Kessler indeed. I am an associate professor of design. I teach classes in drafting. I teach architectural design studios, and I teach a big lecture class in materials and methods of construction. Let's see, one thing I love about UC Davis are the ducks. I really love the ducks. They're also very approachable. But about the design department, which is why you're on this call, UC Davis has a unique undergraduate program in design that encourages students to experiment, to try out different subdisciplines of design. So you can take a class in architecture, or you can take a class in fashion design. You could take a class in visual communications, lighting design, exhibition design, and so on. And that distinguishes us from the other UC campuses. And my advice would be to really experiment, avail yourself of that amazing opportunity.
All right, next let's go to Tristan.
Hi, my name is Tristan. I'm actually a peer advisor, so I'm actually a student in the design program as well. I'm a fourth year, so I'm graduating this quarter. However, that's gonna work online. And my favorite thing about the UC Davis campus is probably just like how bike friendly it is. I remember in my first few years being a student here, biking around campus, getting from place to place was one of my favorite things to do, just because it was a way to kind of relax and like de-stress, and just a good way to get exercise as well.
All right, last but not least, Reed.
Hi, I'm Reed. I am also a peer advisor and also a fourth year student here on campus. And I'm kind of focusing in the realm of graphic design. And I think one thing that I love about Davis would be the people, and especially the people in the design department. A lot of fun people here.
All right, thanks. So one of the things that I just want to briefly highlight, I know we've got a couple of questions coming in, highlight about our program is the structure of it. The way that it's set up is that students are not forced to decide what area of design that they're interested in right away. They really have an opportunity to explore some different areas of design before they choose if they want to dig in deeper to any of those areas. Some of the things that Mark talked about, you know, we have classes in graphic design, fashion design, information, product design, narrative environments. We have a couple of really interesting study abroad programs that are actually like part of the curriculum that we have at UC Davis. It's just that those classes happen to take place abroad. We have one of them, narrative environments, that takes place in Europe. We have a graphic design program that takes place in Japan. And then we also have a fashion design course that takes place in China. I was in London where the narrative environments class takes place a couple of years ago. And I didn't really understand why that class was in London until I was there. And I saw the way that the narrative environments were constructed differently than they were in the United States. And I understood the wisdom behind, you know, education being in other places. So I think it's really amazing that we have those opportunities for students to see things through the lens of design in those other places. I guess it looks like we've got a couple of questions, so maybe we want to go ahead and get started with the questions.
Yeah, that sounds great. Mark, you already talked a little bit about this, but do you want to maybe reiterate maybe what makes our design program different from design programs at other universities? That question came in a couple minutes ago.
Sure, be happy to answer that one. You know, usually a university will push you to specialize. So, you know, that might be good if you really know already what you want to study. You know, so like an architect might major in architecture at a place like UC Berkeley. But at UC Davis, we really appreciate that at this formative time, you know, you should have the opportunity to see what forms of design are of interest to you. You may love design, but you may not be sure exactly what outlet you want to pursue. So we teach design in the most general fashion. You can go through the program and you can have a wonderful, excellent experience by checking things out. You know, you could satisfy the major requirements and you don't have to specialize unless you want to. If you want to specialize, we're ready for you and we'll help you do that too. But we find that this arrangement is unique about us and it serves many, many students well. And I'll also say before I move on, that our students have wonderful success applying and getting into graduate schools and getting entry-level jobs and getting internships, so all around Davis, Sacramento, and the Bay Area. So there's really no professional downside to our approach. And so it creates more of a diverse, integrated student body where more people know each other because they meet each other in different classes. So I think that's more than anything else what's unique about us, and I would encourage you all to to check it out.
Great. Ariel, do you have anything to add to that? Just in your experience, no?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, I mean, I guess is like, I will add something to that. As far as the like career and internship, I know that folks are usually interested in that. So I'll talk about that for a minute, just because we've got some really amazing resources that I want to let folks know about. So one of the design student clubs, design has a number of student clubs that are run by the design students. And one is the Design Careers Club. A group of students have gotten together to help get the career resources that are specifically what it is that the design students want. And so they put together a design career fair or industry day that happens every spring. So they go out and they recruit the employers or potential, internship sites that they would like to, for them and their peers that they would like to have people working at. And then they have an event every year where students have an opportunity to connect with those potential employers. So that's another way that, Mark is saying people are so successful at doing that. It's another way that the university helps folks get connected with those opportunities. And also there's the Internship and Career Center, and we have a work of art career series. We have different workshops that are specifically for students in the arts about skills to look for jobs and internships and help them learn approaches to get themselves connected to those opportunities.
Awesome. Hi, Reed.
Hi.
So I heard you say that you might be pursuing the graphic
Yeah.
episode. Is that right? So we do have a question about computer aided design technology. What kind of experience have you had with that? Are there any specific classes maybe students should be looking at or maybe thinking they should come in with?
I wouldn't say there's anything that anyone needs to specifically come into the program already knowing, but more just we do have a lot of technology available for students in the design department as well. We have computer labs, we have laptops that students can check out that have all of the programs that they may need on it, like the Adobe Creative Suite. But in my studies, I found it's kind of helpful to have those resources on you anyway. So I have a laptop with all of my programs on it. But in terms of classes, it really can depend from class to class. If you're taking more graphics focused classes, you're going to need like Photoshop and Illustrator. But if it's more fashion, sometimes that's just going to be mostly pencil and paper with a little bit of computer aided design. So it does really depend on what you're kind of thinking about.
Great. We've got a question in here about, it's kind of a long question. And I think, Ariel, you may have touched on the study abroad part, have either of you students participated in any abroad experiences?
I haven't. I was actually hoping to do the design in Japan this summer, but given the whole situation, that's changed a little. But what it was gonna be about was kind of more towards like graphic design and packaging design, I think, in my understanding, which I found really interesting just because going to Japan to learn about that seemed like it was gonna be like a really cool experience.
Yep. Yep. What classes did you take and which one did you like best?
There's like a whole bunch of, like there's a big, huge list of classes that the design department offers, and I feel like a lot of them have been able to kind of, or I've been like excited about a lot of them, like especially the ones that I've taken. Some that kind of stand out, in my opinion, were like a furniture design class. That's like one of the favorites that I took because I actually got to work in a wood shop and design and build my own furniture, which I never expected to ever do in my life. So after having taken that class, it kind of showed me like a lot of things that I could potentially be interested in, or just like get excited about that I wouldn't normally have thought.
Cool.
I agree on a lot of those points. It's kind of a loaded question to ask about which class you would like the most. I have taken the furniture class also, and I think it's a great class. I wasn't really, I wouldn't say interested in making furniture. It was just not something that was really on my radar, but I kind of took it on a whim and I really enjoyed it, even though it's not really something that I'm focusing in my kind of studies of design. I also really liked some fashion classes that I've taken. I've liked a lot of classes that I've taken that aren't really pertaining to graphic design per se, but they all kind of just give you a really well-rounded design perspective. So if you're not doing something that you think you're going to be doing eventually in the workplace, you're still using a lot of the design thinking concepts in any class you're going to take.
So I know the fashion emphasis, or the fashion program. If I'm not mistaken, don't they do a fashion show at Picnic Day almost every year? They, of course, won't probably get to do one this year, but has anyone had experience with the fashion design, the fashion show at Picnic Day?
I personally haven't ever like participated in the fashion show, but when I usually buy the tickets to watch the fashion show just because it's one of like the highlights of Picnic Day in my opinion, I think. And it's also cool because sometimes you have friends in the class that shows at the fashion show. So it's kind of see their work and the stuff they've been working on for the past few quarters.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's a club that puts on the fashion show as well. So it's not a specific class, but it's one of the design clubs on campus.
Gotcha. So does an experience like that, or your own experiences, do you have a portfolio that you'll have when you're done? Like what kind of things have you been able to create as an undergrad and moving into maybe grad school or to your first job?
In terms of portfolio, there's no like one class or like session where students are like being told how to create a portfolio. It's kind of like, in my experience, it's more of a, you kind of like learn from your peers how they put their portfolio together, and you kind of see what they do that you like, and you kind of take pieces that you think would fit well for you personally. And I also think that a lot of the classes that I've taken, there's always at least like one project that I take away that I really feel proud about putting in my portfolio. Like I would say a lot of the classes here the projects give you good portfolio pieces that kind of show off the skills you learned in that class, or skills that you will learn in another one.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
To add on to that, I agree. I have a lot of portfolio pieces from classes, but it's also a lot about the process. Professors really like seeing your process, and I find that some of your process going through your thinking of design is also something really useful for portfolios that I've been adding to my work as well. So like process books, making process manuals, showing how you get to the final product is also something really nice for your portfolio.
Great.
I'll add to that, I'm working on a portfolio on an independent study with a student, with an undergraduate right now. And I'll do that. It happens all the time. I personally take great pride in students getting into graduate schools, and I enjoy working with them. Very often what we do is we take those projects that they did in my architecture studios and we perfect them. We work on them, we make them better, and we design, they design, I just coach them, the portfolio presentation and the text and the page design, to give them, a real, a professional level portfolio.
That's great. So back to the graphic design program. We have a question about knowledge of computer programs and technology. If you're pursuing that, the graphic, how extensive must that be? Or maybe the two of you can talk about your experience, and then Ariel, what do you see most students coming in with when they're pursuing that program?
In my experience, you don't have to have any prior knowledge coming into the programs. If you know what a computer is, that helps, but that's basically the extent for like graphic or UI UX design. I had never even heard of UI UX design, which is user interface, user experience design, before coming to Davis. I learned what that was here, and I've even taken a couple classes now, and it's something that I've really been interested in now because of that. So really you don't need to have any experience or knowledge of much of anything, much of the technical side, because you're going to learn that in the classes. That's what you're coming here to learn. So more just, if you're prepared to know about those things, that's all you need to do.
Great.
Yeah, and just to kind of reiterate what Reed said, I came into the design program without any design knowledge or experience at all. In fact, I didn't even know that I wanted to be a design major when it was my first quarter here. So after taking like the introductory design courses, I really felt like the professors taught me a lot to kind of build a strong foundation. And then from there, as you kind of progress into the program, you kind of start building more and more onto your like skill set. And from there, you kind of start to grow really gradually with the professors, with other students, by yourself, just kind of learning as you go.
Yeah, so I'll back that up and say that, we have students who come into the design major with a variety of different experiences. Some of them have come from really like intensive arts high school experiences where they've already been exposed to a lot of this stuff. And then we have other students who've, been on this very like intensive science track, and we're planning on majoring in biological sciences. And then they come their freshman year and they're like, I don't actually like biology. And then they end up switching to design. So it's the whole range of, sort of experience and trajectories as far as what students come to design with.
So another question we often get, or I've seen in the last couple of days especially, is the accessibility of faculty. And I know we have faculty on the panel here, but what does that look like for the design program? I know it's a popular program. I know it's a lot of students come into the design program. But how accessible are the faculty? Are they supportive of undergrads? What do those relationships look like from the student perspective, and then also from the faculty perspective too, Professor Kessler? Who wants to start? Tristan?
Yeah, I'll start. So my experience with like getting office hours with professors or like TAs, I've never really had a problem with trying to schedule or like do drop-in hours. I always found it really helpful to just meet with professors or TAs individually. This way you can get more personalized feedback. And what's cool too is that the majority of the faculty's office is in the design building, so like right next to the class where you do studio. So I find that really helpful just because everything's kind of centralized or like in the same place. But yeah, definitely I think that I've never really had a problem with trying to reach a professor or some faculty member in regards to helping me with class or an assignment or something like that.
Totally agree with that. I don't think I have anything to add on top of that. It's pretty much what I would have said about it.
Great.
I'll add, excuse me, you know, speaking for the faculty, we all love teaching and we love our students, and we have established a culture around good communication and accessibility. I think a lot of it has to do with how many classes are studio classes. You know, most of the classes in design are not, you know, giant lectures where you don't have a voice and no one knows if you're coming or going. The studio experience is really rather intimate, and I get to know all of my students and I work side by side with them. And I enjoy watching them grow in their skills and developing their projects with them. You know, at the end of every quarter, students evaluate the faculty, and our scores as a faculty are absolutely excellent. And I think it really does reflect how much we care about teaching and how student-centered we are.
Great. Well, we have about 5 minutes left, and I want to make sure that we give, maybe if you guys have any parting thoughts, but you know, one other question I often get is double majors. Are either of you students double majors? Did you mention this already?
I was at one point. Yeah.
And maybe Ariel, you could talk to your experience advising design students who maybe come in with a major already, or students who are design maybe looking to add something else to their academic experience.
Yeah, so we have a lot of, or like a range of things that students double major in with design. But some of the most popular things to double major with design is something called cinema and digital media, which is focused around digital media production, and that for obvious reasons connects well with design. Art studio, psychology, communication, cognitive science, and then there's other social science majors, you know, like psychology and anthropology that are in smaller numbers. And then, you know, we've got a couple of students that are doing something like a minor in math. So the range really depends. It's a whole bunch of things, but yeah, it tends to be more within the arts and the social sciences that students are interested in.
Mm-hmm. All right, last maybe 1 or 2 questions. Was it hard to register for your classes as the students in the program? Was it hard to get into those classes?
In my experience, I think because I am a 4th year, it's kind of been like, I feel like the registration priority is a lot different than how it was when I was a 1st year. But in the beginning, I didn't have any like troubles getting into like the lower div classes, especially just because those were offered quite a bit just because everyone needs to take those. So they try to offer as many sections of those as possible. But of course, when you get into upper division classes, there are going to be some that are more popular than others. And those tend to kind of get grabbed first by students that have a higher priority than you. But that doesn't mean that there isn't any design class for you to take. There's always been something else that I kind of had as my backup that I was able to take. And it was still a good learning. Like, for example, when I talked about the furniture class earlier, that was kind of like a backup class that I didn't intend on taking, but ended up taking and loved it. So it's kind of like one of those things where maybe it wasn't your first choice, but you should still kind of keep an open mind because it might be something that you really enjoy afterwards.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. And I would also say, don't give up if you can't get into a specific class. Take your backup classes, but you'll always be able to get into a specific class later on. Like, I was trying to get into one specific class for a long time that I wasn't able to get in until just last quarter. But it was all really worth it because I came into the class knowing a lot more and was able to produce better work for the class as well.
Great. You guys have been great. Thank you so much. We are basically out of time. Ariel, do you want to add anything about maybe contacts, how to contact you with any further questions?
Yeah, probably the easiest way to contact us is if you just go to the design website. We don't have a really easy website. So if you just go to search for design and UC Davis, it pops up right away and you'll be able to contact us. Ariel Collitz, if you just look for any of the advisors on the team, you'll get to one of us and we'd be happy to help you answer any questions that you've got.
Excellent. Thank you, Reed. Thank you, Tristan. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Ariel. You guys have been great. Thank you so much. And we're going to turn it over to chemistry. Bye, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So now we're going to switch gears here. We're going to flip it over to chemistry. I think we have folks in the room. There you are. Let me grab, all right, okay, Julia.
Yes, and Michelle.
There you are.
Hi, that's me.
Okay, so I have given you control. So if you want to share your screen. Hi, Michelle. All right, so welcome everybody. This is the chemistry session, all the chemistry, all the majors in chemistry. So make sure that you use the Q&A feature if you have questions we've got some students here, we've got the 2 staff academic advisors, so make sure you submit your questions. But I think you guys have maybe some slides to go through, is that right?
Yes.
Oh, we do.
We do. Just wanted to start by saying congratulations to everybody, to all the first years. We're so excited that you guys are considering UC Davis. And specifically UC Davis Chemistry. My name is Kate Krevling. I'm one of the academic advisors, the staff academic advisors in the department. Harry?
Hi, everybody. Welcome to our program and congratulations. I want to reiterate that or echo Kate. My name is Perry G. I am one of the academic staff advisors with the Department of Chemistry. I've been with the department for a better part of 6 years, so I'm very excited to start working with all of you in the upcoming fall.
All right, take it away, Piers.
All right. Well, it looks like I'm on the slide first, so I just want to say hello. My name is Julia Widener. I am a 3rd-year pharmaceutical chemistry major.
Hi, my name is Michelle. I'm a 5th-year chemistry major, the ACS accredited program.
Hi, I'm Lauren, and I'm a 4th-year ACS chemistry major as well.
Right, so I'm going to be kicking us off today. I'm going to just touch on a couple of these points and we'll elaborate a little bit more during our presentation. We will be covering our different degrees within the department, some academic resources, some undergraduate research opportunities, some fun events that we get to do, and most importantly, what the UC Davis chemistry department can do for you guys.
All right, so we have 6 degrees in chemistry, the first of which is our BS in chemistry. So this is what we were talking about, the ACS accredited degree standing for American Chemical Society. So this degree kind of covers the 5 main areas of chemistry that are on the ACS exams. The next degree is our BS in pharmaceutical chemistry. So this degree is really popular for our pre-health majors, so pre-dental, pre-med, pre-nursing, but it's not just limited to that. If you want to go into biotech, into industry, it's a great degree for that as well, grad school. And then our next 2 degrees are our applied chemistry degrees. These are our newest degrees, so they're really exciting. And the first one is environmental, and the second one is forensics. So what they kind of have in common is they have like fun environmental toxicology classes, and they're very specialized. So those are really exciting new degrees that we have in our department. The 5th one would be our chemical physics degree. So this is also a pretty unique degree, kind of merges chemistry and physics. So if you're kind of on the fence of the physical sciences, it's a good one. So in addition to your upper division chemistry classes, you're also going to have upper division physics courses as well. And then our last degree is our AB in chemistry. AB being a Bachelor of Arts. So the rest of the ones that we're talking about are Bachelor of Science. This is a Bachelor of Arts, so it carries a little bit of different requirements with it. It's also a really good degree if you want to double major as well. So those are your 6 options in our department.
So once you picked a major, we offer a bunch of different unique chemistry courses, so you can find your little niche. So for example, one of my favorite classes at UC Davis was organic synthesis. And this is kind of like learning how carbon works basically for organic chemistry, but also synthetic methods or ways to go about making those molecules. So we also offer a bunch of academic resources to help you succeed in your first year at Davis and also beyond your first year. So one of the great resources that we offer is the Academic Assistance and Tutoring Center, or AATC for short. I'll just call it the Tutoring Center for now. We offer tutors, workshop, they do content reviews for all of the classes you might be taking in your first or second year, like Intro to Chemistry, Biology, Physics, Calculus. And the great thing about this is they also have tutors from that tutoring center go over to the residence halls where you might be staying in your first year, so you don't have to look too far or try to figure out where this new place on campus is. They come to the residence hall, so you can get help with those classes from the comfort of your residence hall. So then once you get to your upper division courses, we have in our chemistry department a specific peer tutoring program to get senior majors who have done really well in these upper division classes that are very specific for your major and get them to, and they volunteer to tutor for those classes. So you can get another perspective on this material that may be very difficult from the perspective of a student who recently took the class and did really well. So this is something that's very near and dear to my heart. It's the Chemistry Peer Mentoring Program. So a couple years ago, a graduate student started this program for students from minority and first generation backgrounds, since she didn't really have that kind of help to transition from high school to university. So what this program does is it pairs senior majors with first year students like yourself. So you kind of come in with that friend or person to kind of guide you, show you the ropes, for lack of better words, from high school to university life. It's understandable, the quarter system is a little stressful sometimes, so we wanted to provide students, especially those from underrepresented minorities and first generation backgrounds, with somebody they could really relate with, somebody to share experiences with, just so you don't have to go about looking for all of those said resources that we talked about or places to go. You come in, get you ready to go.
All right, so UC Davis is an R1 institution. So what this means is we're a premier research institution, so we highly encourage you guys to take advantage of that. So on the board, you can see are a couple of the different areas that we have research in our department, but don't think you're limited to just the chemistry department. We have majors that are researching in our Olive Center, the Mandolfi Wine Institute, Crocker Nuclear Lab, Fiber Polymer Science. Because chemistry is an applied science, you can pretty much conduct chemistry research in different areas of the school and still get credit for chemistry research in our department. So I personally, as long as the other two peer advisors as well, we're all involved in research. I'm in an inorganic chemistry lab studying gold chemistry. And it's just been an unbelievable experience because you kind of really get to apply what you're learning in your classes in a real life situation. You get to learn way more than I think you learn in a classroom alone. And it's really great. For example, Michelle and I are going to grad school, and doing research before grad school is a big part of the application process and kind of getting your name, your foot in the door for research before you begin to apply to grad school.
All right, so I'm going to touch on some of the research seminars and conferences that our department offers. So some really important conferences include the undergraduate research conferences. So for example, there's LeRock, there's also the URC, which is undergraduate research conference, and the Miller Symposium. So as Lauren was saying, if you do have the opportunity to do some undergraduate research, this is a great platform to get to showcase what you've learned. Another conference that's unique to our department is the Career Conference in Chemistry, which is a great event because it really can give you guidance on what would you like to do with this degree when you're done. Would you maybe like to take a route of grad school, or do you want to go to industry? And it really helps you kind of figure out and navigate the possibilities that are there. And so we are really proud. This last year, we had companies such as NASA, Genentech, BioMarin, Gilead were just some of the representative companies that were there. So you have the chance to go. I would highly recommend it. It really helped me coming in as a freshman to figure out, where would I like to go? What do I want to do? So I'm really glad that I had that opportunity, and now I have a clear path of where I'd like to go. Another cool thing about our department is we do some pretty fun seminars. So we've had a couple visiting with the faculty, some dinners. My personal favorite is the Edible Chemistry series, because not only do you get to learn about the chemistry of what you get to eat, like some chocolate or tea. So our faculty will give like a presentation, but you also get snacks afterwards. So that's a fun one that I definitely always look forward to. And study abroad with Lauren.
All right, so another one of the most amazing experiences I've been a part of here at UC Davis is studying abroad. So there's kind of two different programs at UC Davis. So there's the UC Davis Study Abroad, and then there's a UC-wide study abroad where you kind of get to travel with students from other UCs to a foreign country. So the two programs that you see on the screen in front of you are within our department. So this is on the UC Davis study abroad side of things. The first one is an organic chemistry program, and this one is in Nottingham, England. And so you travel with a UC Davis faculty instructor to Nottingham, or in other case in Taiwan, and you're taught by them, but you're at a foreign institution. So it's really neat. In the organic chemistry program, you get your entire organic chemistry lecture out of the way, as well as a quarter of lab. And in addition, you get a Chem 198 chemistry and culture unit. So this entire program takes place in the fall, so it's really efficient as well. You're getting an entire year's worth of organic chemistry essentially in one quarter. And then the next program is pharmaceutical chemistry, and this is in Taiwan. So again, you're traveling with some UC Davis instructors to Taiwan, and you're being instructed by them there. And you get your entire pharmaceutical chemistry series out of the way, as well as a natural products class. And then in addition, what's really unique about this program is you get to do research at the institution. So if you're unsure about research, you maybe want to try your hand in it, this is another great program. And it's really unique opportunity to be able to do research at another foreign institution. And this program takes place in the spring quarter. So again, it's another efficient way to get all of your classes done in one quarter. And then on the other side of things, the program that I personally participated in was a UC-wide program. So in these programs, you travel to the foreign institution, but you're taught by the faculty at that institution. So I think it's a unique perspective. You kind of get to just see how they kind of instruct, how they learn in the different country. I loved it. I did my whole physics abroad. And the other two peer advisors have all studied abroad as well. So you can ask us any questions about that as well. It's just a really great experience that I encourage you guys to take advantage of.
All right, so more fun stuff. I get to do a whole bunch of fun stuff in this department, which I get all giddy about. I'm just going to touch on a couple on this slide. One of my favorites is Spooktacular, because it's kind of our department's Halloween party in a sense. And so you get to go to this event with your professors all dressed up, they're grad students. It's really fun because sometimes professors bring their kids and grad students bring their dogs all dressed up. And there's games and food. And it's just a really fun time, and you definitely feel the community when you get to go to that event. So that's during fall quarter. Definitely look out for that one. Another favorite of mine is the chemistry picnic day show. So fun and engaging, just getting to see all the demonstrations and know a little bit of the chemistry behind it, but also be really entertained. It's also super funny. They do a great job with the script. And the last one I'll touch on is our Root Beer Float Fridays. So we have big events, but we also have small kind of low-key events where you get to talk to your peers and the peer advisors, get a good snack at the end of the week, and really kind of reconnect. All right, and now we're kind of moving on to some of the departments that we work with. We work with a lot of different departments depending on the event that we're putting on. One I would love to highlight is the chemistry club. So the chemistry club, we do a couple different events with them. They're actually in charge of Spooktacular. But another great resource about the chemistry club is they do really cool outreach events, and you can volunteer or go out into schools, whether it's middle school or high school, and help do demonstrations and things along those lines. And the other department that I'd like to highlight is the UC Davis CalTeach MAST. So I'm an education minor, and if you guys have any questions about minoring or education in particular, I'd love to hear your questions. Yeah, and then Michelle also touched on the CPMP program as well. And lastly, I guess I get to wrap up this great presentation, and I really just want to leave you guys with, you get out of this major what you put into it. And we have a lot of great opportunities that I feel like are unique to our department, and there's definitely a family environment, and it's really easy to make connections and establish that groundwork that you're going to really fall back on once you graduate with this great set of knowledge and just connections and different ways to go. So with that, I'm going to pass off to Kate, I believe.
Yes, thank you. And you guys can see on the screen, we'll spend the rest of our time answering questions, but you can see some contact for myself and Perry, the two staff advisors. You can see the chem undergrads at UC Davis email. And then if you want to talk to our peer advisors, so the folks who've been giving this presentation, you can see the chem peer advising at UC Davis email. And then of course, our website has a lot more information about all of our degrees as well. So take a screenshot, take a picture of that, because we'd love to hear from you. But like I said, we will spend the next little bit of time going through some of the questions that have been asked during the presentation. And so one of the questions was about undergraduate honors research. So they were looking at that opportunity specifically. Have any of our peers doing the undergraduate honors research? Lauren, are you doing that?
I am, yeah. So just a brief overview of what it is. Essentially, after you usually been in a lab for a while, usually it's like your senior year, you're able to do this honors research series that culminates in the writing of an extensive thesis. So I'm actually in the process of writing mine right now, so I can't speak to the whole process, but essentially you start a project that year, because it's an A, B, and C, so 3 quarters, the whole year long. And you basically conduct independent research. It's almost kind of like a trial grad, like it's almost like you're just working on your own project as almost a grad student in the lab, and you get to communicate with your advisor and then just work on this thesis that you'll then be able to have under your name when you graduate. So I really recommend it. Obviously, I haven't completed it yet, but it's been a really great experience. It's been a big learning experience, and definitely just really motivated me for graduate school.
Great, thank you. Another question a student asked is about any internships at like a UC Davis local hospital. Julia, do you want to take that one as a pharm chem? Do you know anything about opportunities locally at hospitals or clinics?
Yeah, I'd be happy to touch on that. So even though I'm a pharmaceutical chemistry major, I'm not going pre-pharm, but I do know about a couple of different internships on campus. There's I believe, at least 3 or 4 clinics that are student run, and there's a lot of opportunities through that avenue. And there's also an additional avenue where you can almost sign up for internships like a class, and then once you get your slot, you have that internship either at a clinic or a hospital. So more information about that would be available at the Health Professions Advising.
Yes, definitely. There are lots of opportunities for our pre-health folks. We collaborate with the Health Professions Advising Office often. Michelle, a student wanted to know, how big are your chemistry classes?
Okay. It depends on where you are in your chemistry career. Your first year, usually for general chemistry, those classes are enormous, about 500 students, because you're not just, it's not just chemistry majors who take those classes. It's like biology majors, maybe sometimes physics majors. I'm not entirely sure about that, but a lot of different majors, not just chemistry majors, have to take general chemistry. So you're going to get a wide breadth of different people from different backgrounds in those classes. Then as you move up in like the time, or move more into your upper division courses, your courses start to get smaller, anywhere from like maybe 50 to 60 people to classes that might be like 30 people. So for example, that synthesis class that I talked about, which is a more specialized elective class, that was about 30 people, I want to say. I hope that answers your question. It depends on what year you're in and what, like whether you're in a lower division class or an upper division class.
Great, thank you. Lauren, there was a question about how to get involved with research. Where do you even start?
All right, so I mean, I didn't know where to start either. Definitely, I'd say our website is a great place to at least start. So if you go to chemistry.ucdavis.edu, it'll, on the side, there'll be like a faculty of people. And if you go to, they even have faculty by research area. So if you kind of know what area of chemistry you like, you can use that tool as well. But if you just look at the faculty list on our website, they'll have links to their labs. So that's a great way to kind of just at least see what's going on. As far as the process to get involved, it usually begins with actually a cold email. So I've known some people that have gotten started as early as freshman year. So it's never too early to start thinking about research. And like I said, a cold email. Sometimes it's professors that they've had before, and like you really like that professor, and you reach out that way, like during office hours or something. But usually a cold email's best when reaching out for research. But yeah, like I said, the website's a great place to get started. And again, if you don't see any research you like in our department, feel free to go and check out the other like biology department. As long as it's chemistry related and you're doing chemistry work, you'll be able to get units in our department. So if you want to check out like the Olive Center, like feel free to do that as well.
Thanks, Lauren. We also had a question about a placement exam, which I wanted to touch on real quick. To take general chemistry at UC Davis, which is chemistry 2A, we do require a placement exam. You all, once you submit your intention to register, you will be receiving more information about that placement exam. I don't want you to feel stressed about it. You have multiple opportunities to try. There's also resources and something called the ALEX program, which is like an online tutorial. So there is resources available to you, but there is a placement exam requirement, and we would be happy to answer more questions about that. But once you submit your intention to register after May 1, we will be in touch with all the things you need to know about that. But it's really basically scoring 50% on this placement exam. And it's an online exam. You do it at home, so it's not anything you have to come to campus for. But more information if you do submit that intention to register. Michelle, a student wanted to know about minoring. Is it possible to minor and be a chemistry major?
Yeah, for sure. It is definitely possible. I don't know if you can see all the other peer advisors, but they're all nodding as well. We're all actually minoring in something. I believe Julia is minoring in education, Lauren is minoring in Spanish, and I am minoring in music. So it's not difficult to do a minor while doing a chemistry major. It's definitely possible. I mean, all of us are doing it. I would definitely say it depends on what kind of minor you're interested in. Some of them will have a higher workload. I would recommend talking to the department that you are interested in looking at minoring in. For example, if you're interested in minoring in math, also talking to them to see what kind of workload that takes, and also talking to your advisors. That's a huge thing I would recommend. Even if you decide not to come to Davis, I understand, you know, but go Ags. regardless, I would highly recommend talking to an advisor to get a better layout about what your courses would be like, and helping you out with like, oh yeah, that quarter is kind of heavy. Maybe we could do like just 2 major classes and 1 minor class, just to kind of make sure that you would be able to progress with your major and your minor as well.
Thank you. So I'm going to combine 2 questions. Somebody asked, is it typical for chemistry undergraduates to seek higher degrees? And then the other question that's going to combine with that is, for those 2, Michelle and Lauren, who are going to graduate school, they want to know where you're going. So I think maybe talk a little bit about why graduate school, and if you're comfortable disclosing where you're planning to attend.
All right. Yeah. So I am going to be attending the University of Chicago in the fall. Woo-woo. So it's kind of like, as far as like, is it typical? I'd say there's a good amount, but not as many as like, I think it seems like everyone's going to grad school because Michelle and I are your sample size right now, but it's definitely, I don't know the exact breakdown, but there's definitely like a good number that do, but then there's also like probably a much larger number that don't, and they go into industry, they go farm school. So there's really like we say, it's kind of what you make of it. If you want to, like, whatever avenue you want to go, our department prepares you really well. I personally chose grad school just because I wanted to further my education and just learn more, because I think that's the thing that is great about chemistry. There's always more to learn, and you can always go more in depth. And I think research was a big part of my decision in that as well. I don't know if Michelle wants to add anything to that.
Sure. I think I completely agree with everything you just said. It depends on what you're interested in. If you don't want to pursue higher education, that's okay. You can go straight into industry. I was actually considering going straight into industry, but I realized that I wanted to learn more. I had so many questions. I'd been sitting in on a couple of grad classes, and I was like, this stuff is so interesting. I would love to learn more about my field. And even now, as I'm graduating, I feel like I've just skimmed the surface of chemistry. There's just so much more to learn. And that's how I decided, along with, after research, like I really enjoy going into the lab and doing work there, and kind of just trying to analyze something that no one's ever done before. So that's how I figured out I would be going on to graduate school, or that was the right track for me, rather than just going straight into industry, where I would kind of be put into like I would kind of be working on the same thing every day. I had an internship in industry before, so I kind of had a feeling for what industry life was like, and I decided that I would prefer to pursue graduate school before going off to industry again, or perhaps going into academia. As for where I will be going in the fall, I will be attending Yale University in the fall, assuming that, everything is open again.
We're hoping, and we're planning. Julia, a student had a question about how many units do you take a quarter as a chemistry major and doing a minor?
Yeah, so the great thing about our department is we really look out for our fellow peers, and we really want to make your schedule manageable. There's going to be 1 or 2 quarters in there where you're like, I really want to take all these classes. And so it really fluctuates throughout your year and years just in general. I would have to say, even when there was 1 quarter that I had 18 units, but it was 2 STEM classes and 2 non-STEM classes. And for me, that was a manageable workload because it was 4 classes. So sometimes your heaviest quarters can be a lower unit value just because of the things that you have to do, or it might be a topic that's a little bit harder for you. But I would definitely say the minor was a little bit of a relief in a sense, because it really helped me balance the kind of STEM heavy courses, and then I also was practicing my writing and using a different part of my brain. But I know people that do STEM majors and STEM minors, so it really just kind of depends on what your strengths are and why you want to pursue that minor. But at the end of the day, we really try to keep our majors schedules kind of flexible and keep it to 2 STEM classes a quarter, so you have that flexibility to add a minor, kind of explore other areas.
Thank you. Perry, are you still there? One of the students wanted to talk about the chemistry conference. Can you maybe touch a little bit more about some of the conferences that we offer, since you're the leader of them?
Yeah, so we're fortunate enough to be one of, if not the only department that offers 4 unique conferences within a singular department. 3 of them are research-based. That's the Brian Miller Symposium, the LaRock Undergraduate Research Conference, and we also have an inorganic symposium. One of the ones that's near and dear to my heart is something that we created a few years ago as a career conference in chemistry. And it was basically our answer to the larger career conferences or career fairs that are hosted by the Internship and Career Center. And our conference is a little bit smaller. It's a little more geared towards the curiosities and the exploration of a chemistry major and what they can do in industry with their degrees and everything. So over the last 5 years, we've had the pleasure of having companies like NASA, Genentech, Merck, Gilead. We've had a lot of state agencies such as the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office, the California Department of DOJ. We've also had a number of other companies, large and small, who have represented and sent recruiters to talk to our students to help them prepare for what they need as they enter postgraduate careers and goals, and certainly looking for industry jobs.
Thank you. It looks like we are out of time. Mark Von Cannon, is there anything else we need to do, or?
No, you guys are good. Thank you so much. Hold on, let me turn my screen back on so I can give you all the claps too, because you deserve it. You guys do great. The student assistants, Michelle, Julia, Lauren, you guys are awesome. Awesome. Thank you very, very much. For the rest of you who are on the session, if you do have questions, feel free to reach out to chemistry using the links and the contact information you saw on your screen there a second ago. Just stay in touch with us. If you have questions, feel free to reach out. I know Kate, Perry, and the peer advisors would be happy to hear from you from their own homes, as we all are now. But we sure do hope to see you in person in the fall. Anything you guys have to add? Kate, Perry, anybody? Nothing else? All right. Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming tonight.
Thanks, everybody. And again, congratulations on your admission offers.
Right.